Everywhere here. So I'm just get away from it. I saw your
Council, we'd like your attention, please. We can call this meeting to order. I'd like to thank our broadcasting partners and all the journalists who attend at and report on our meeting. Before we begin the meeting, Councillor Hollingsworth had something she wanted to share. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Just briefly, I just want to announce that Social Services, or Ontario Works, is doing an adult coat drive right now. With the very cold temperatures that we're all experiencing, they're asking the public, the community, to consider drop-off a used coat. And these used coats, winter coats, I'm dropping off mine later on, but can be dropped off at the Neighborhood Resource Center on Gore Street, or it can be dropped off on the Albert Street Social Works, Ontario Works building. So your donation of an adult coat, male, female, would be greatly appreciated. And also Pauline's Place is looking for heaters because of the drafty building they're in. If you have a portable heater that you'd like to drop off, it would be greatly appreciated to keep those women warm during these, again, very frigid temperatures. Thank you. Again, drop off your coats.
Thank you. Council, before we get into the agenda, I want to just reiterate that we are having a soft launch of our software tonight that records our voting. We still require you to show your hand when I call for the vote. So when I call for the vote, you'll show your hand, and after you show your hand, if this is working properly, you should have an option on your screen to vote for or against, and we'll need you to click that option. We will be developing to a point where it will be visual on the other screens, but we're not there yet. Right now, we're just testing out the options on our computer. So when we ask for a vote, we still need you to vote with your hands, and then you'll be voting on your respective devices. So Madam Clerk, if you can begin the meeting, please.
Under agenda item 1, a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy that the minutes of regular council meeting of January 14, 2019 be approved.
All in favor? Motion is carried. I see the clerk actively looking at your computers. Well, oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, so we're going to just keep on continuing up here. We're not going to wait for each of you to do that each time, so hopefully that'll speed up a bit, but that's how that's going to work. So, Madam Clerk, if you can proceed.
Under agenda item 3, community interests.
Do we have any conflicts, councillors? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, a matter, it's the planning matter on Great Northern Road, A119Z, 747 Great Northern Road. Yeah,
3 point, we have you at A-1-19Z. That's recorded.
One of the partners in that venture is a client of my law firm.
Thank you. Any other conflicts, councillors? Seeing none, we can move on.
Under agenda item 4, motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Scott that the agenda for January 28, 2019 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, that brings us to proclamations and delegations. Madam Clerk, I think the first one is Sault Ste. Marie Golf Club's 100th anniversary.
That's correct. Andre L'Italian is in attendance.
Andre, welcome. Mr. Clerk, I don't think Councillor Bruni's device is... Welcome to council, sir.
Thank you. Mayor Provenzano, members of council, and guests, 2019 marks the 100th anniversary of the Sault Ste. Marie Golf Club. The original charter of the 9-hole country club, as it was known in 1919 until 1939, was to provide a club for golf, boating, and social activities. Since 1939, it has been known as the Sault Ste. Marie Golf Club. We still call it the country club. And in 1952, it was redesigned by Canadian architect Stanley Thompson to an 18-hole golf course. This marked Mr. Thompson's last design, as unfortunately he suffered a brain aneurysm in 1953 and never saw his final design. We are privileged and honored to have such a great course in our city. We ask our citizens to come and enjoy our course this special year. Check our website for exciting activities during the course of our celebration. To help celebrate our anniversary, we are rebranding our restaurant as Mulligan's Irish Pub. We hope to see everyone come out and enjoy a new experience with an anticipated opening of March 1st. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. In honor of this occasion, we'd like to present to Council a memorial calendar and, Mr. Mayor, a commemorative T-shirt.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you.
So we'll read your... Do we have the council's just... sorry. Yeah, go ahead. You can give those out. Okay. Thank you. 1 second, Mr. White. Okay, so I have a proclamation here for you. Whereas the Sault Ste. Marie Golf Club was granted its original charter in the year 1919, and whereas multiple generations of Sault Ste. Marie citizens have enjoyed social and golf membership at said club, and whereas numerous local, provincial, and national golf events, both amateur and professional, have been hosted by Sault Ste. Marie Golf Club, thereby bringing recognition and revenue to our city, and whereas golf and social events at the club are now open and available to the public. Now therefore I, Christian Provenzano, as Mayor of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, do recognize the ongoing contributions of Sault Ste. Marie Golf Club to our municipality and wish them well in the celebration of this, their 100th anniversary. That's something, 100 years. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Under agenda item 5.2, Bonsu, Jeannie White, manager, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Ms. White.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before I start, I'd like to introduce the host of Bonsu, Mr. Bonsu.
Mr. Bonsu.
Yay. Thank you. I'll have Mr. Bonsu come up here and stand with me if he can make it around up here. Come on, Mr. Bonsu. He's filming. Come on, Mr. Bonsu. Thank you. He says, hi, everyone. He's best at waving. I would just like to welcome everybody in council today here in Chambers and the citizens of Sault Ste. Marie to another year of Bonsu. This year it's our 56th year and we're very excited about it. Our opening night is presented by OLG, presents Ontario Winter Carnival Bonsu, and we have some new things happening this year. We have an ice and fire show just prior to the fireworks. As many of you may know, we're sharing our opening weekend with the Ontario Winter Special Olympics. So we're having our fireworks at 8 o'clock this year, and we're hoping that everybody comes at 6 and stays till after the fireworks to experience the local talent and enjoy the opening night of Bonsu. We have bum slides, we have the returning of the hay maze, and different events throughout the week. So with that, I would like to say welcome, and please come and enjoy Bonsu 56 at the host site, the machine shop, and all over our city. Closing the carnival, we do have the Polar Bear Swim. We have 4 events this year at Bellevue Park. We're pretty excited about the Polar Bear Swim. We have the dog pulls, the fat tire bikes, and as well as the ATV ride. So come on out on the last day if you haven't had a chance throughout the week. Enjoy Bellevue Park and the events we have there. And to close at the machine shop, the family dance from 5 to 8 p.m. Look forward to seeing these happy, smiling faces this year at Bonsu.
So whereas each year the residents of Sault Ste. Marie await the arrival of Mr. Bonsu and the Ontario Winter Carnival with great enthusiasm. And whereas many local individuals, groups, service clubs, and businesses organize and sponsor a variety of interesting events for everyone, especially families, throughout the 10 days of the carnival. And whereas in order for all citizens and visitors to fully enjoy and reflect the spirit of the carnival, they must be properly attired. And whereas this year celebrates the 56th anniversary of this community winter festival. Now therefore I, Christian Provenzano, as Mayor of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, request that all citizens and visitors remove their ties, unbutton their collars, and wear a Bonsu souvenir during the period February 1st to February 10th, 2019, which I now proclaim as Ontario Winter Carnival Bonsu season in the City of Sault Ste. Marie. Bonsu is for you. Let it snow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Under Agenda Item 5.3, Black History Month, Jane Amolo from the African Caribbean Canadian Association of Northern Ontario is in attendance.
Welcome to Council, Jane.
Thank you. Because of the cold temperatures, I think our numbers shrank today. I'm still hoping that one day I'll be able to participate in the polar bear swim. ACANO was established in 2011 as a not-for-profit, non-political, non-denominational association that seeks to promote and grow awareness of our cultural heritage while promoting unity within the community. Black History Month is an opportunity for us to celebrate the achievements and contributions of Black Canadians, as well as share our history and culture.
On behalf of ACANO, I would like to extend our warm invitation to you to join us in celebrating this year's annual Black History Month celebration in our community. The luncheon will be held on Sunday, February 24th from 1 to 5 p.m. at the Grand Gardens North on 1324 Great Northern Road. The event will feature colorful multicultural luncheon, live instruments, door prizes, and a cash bar, among other dinner activities. The theme for this year's celebration is Black Migration and Diversity, which will be the focus of the keynote speech and other activities. This year's event will also feature the celebration of local Black excellence. And I'm also swimming I'm also doing the polar bear swimming.
That's fantastic. That microphone isn't on, so if you can just get closer to the middle, that would be great.
Several communities partners have come on board to partner, sponsor, and join us in this year's celebration. Our proud partners are like Great Lake Honda, Mayor's Youth Advisory Council, the Local Immigration Partnership, the Sioux Community Career Center, Quality Inn and Suites, Algoma University, Algoma Student Council, and among others. I hope to see you all there. The link to choose your seats is on this. I'll leave some of them here. And you're welcome.
Thank you. So don't go anywhere. Oh, well, I have a proclamation to read here for you. Yeah. Whereas in December 1995, the House of Commons officially recognized February as Black History Month following a motion introduced by the first Black Canadian woman elected to Parliament, the Honourable Jean Augustine. Whereas the proud legacy of Black Canadians goes back to the early beginnings of Canadian history, and whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to celebrate the achievements and contributions of Black Canadians as well as share their history, contributions, and culture. Now therefore I, Christian Provenzano, as Mayor of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2019 as Black History Month in the City of Sault Ste. Marie. I've participated in these events every year since I've been mayor. I can tell you they're a ton of fun and they do a fantastic job. So I encourage everybody to get out and enjoy the event. Thank you.
And we won't disappoint.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, Jennifer Surratt is in attendance for the Indigenous Women's Anti-Violence Task Force.
Welcome to council. Feel free to, you can all introduce yourselves at the microphone here.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Surratt. I'm the Executive Director for the Nimki-Nobkawagan Family Crisis Shelter on the Batchewana First Nation.
Hi, my name is Eva Daybuch. I work at Missinaba Cree. I do anti-human trafficking and family well-being.
Bonjour, Ronnie. My name is Barbara Day, and I'm the Program Support Worker at Nimki-Nobkawagan Family Crisis Shelter.
Ani, Lauren Dockstader, Social Equity Coordinator, Future Sault Ste. Marie.
My name is Danielle Moore from Batchewana First Nation. I work for the Mama Wessing Mental Wellness Program.
My name is Vivian Jimenez Estrada. I am Associate Professor at Algoma University, and I am from the Maya Achi community, born in Guatemala.
Thank you. Jennifer?
So today we're representing the Indigenous Women's Anti-Violence Task Force here in this area. The Indigenous Women's Anti-Violence Task Force is an Indigenous-led collective that is committed to ending all forms of violence and protecting the honor and value of all Indigenous women, two-spirit, and gender non-conforming people in the Bawating through culturally safe responses. Our task force is comprised of various people from community members to local organizations who have come together to address this issue in Bawating. Several of us have been working together for over the past few years to plan the annual Murdered, Missing Indigenous Women and Girls March held in our community of Sault Ste. Marie. Together, we identified the need for ongoing awareness and support beyond the annual marches. The task force seeks to inform the community of the unique factors that make us more likely to be targeted and less likely to see justice, as well as generate concrete steps toward ending violence through research and education. According to the RCMP's 2015 updated report, Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women, a National Operational Overview, 1,017 Indigenous women have been murdered over the past 30 years. There are 174 Indigenous women who were missing, and 111 of those cases were under suspicious circumstances, yet remain unsolved. These numbers are what has been presented publicly, often criticized by Indigenous communities as underreported and reported as accidental by police. The real number is projected to be over 4,000 cases of murdered, missing Indigenous women in Canada. To move beyond concrete conjecture, accurate information needs to be collected by and for Indigenous communities and organizations, which is one of the undertakings of this task force. Statistics Canada in 2011 reported rates of violence against Indigenous women is 3 times higher for non-Indigenous women and, 3 times higher than for non-Indigenous women, and 7 times higher for homicide rates. The Native Women's Association of Canada has also discovered that when we do know the information to these cases, 70% of Indigenous women have disappeared from an urban area, and 60% have been found murdered in an urban area. The grief and loss of our sisters transmit to our home First Nations communities, and these impacts remain and intergenerational traumas continue. Sault Ste. Marie rests in the heart of Northern Ontario, along the Trans-Canada Highway, with this major route into our city and this major route leaving our city. Our girls travel this highway with reports of women from our First Nations communities along the North Shore being trafficked, reported missing, and eventually murdered in major Ontario cities and even across Canada. Along with the Trans-Canada Highway, Sault Ste. Marie is nestled between Lake Huron and Lake Superior, a clear shipping route which can be linked to the Garden of Truth report from Duluth, Minnesota, which identified the trafficking of Indigenous women occurring on Lake Superior. Indigenous women make up only 3% of Canada's population. Indigenous peoples make up 12% of Sault Ste. Marie's population, not to mention the surrounding First Nation communities of Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, and Missinaibi Cree First Nation. Gendered and colonial violence implicates all of us who live on Indigenous land and territories. We ask for our allies to exercise long-held assumptions that bind us all to a single and shallow narrative. We must ask our allies, City Council, to see that our absence may be noticed. We are asking in response to our action on creating awareness to missing and murdered Indigenous women, Two-Spirit, and gender non-conforming people. Mr. Mayor and City Council to accept our proclamation. Miigwech.
Miigwech. I'll read your proclamation now. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Whereas the March for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls is a national event to raise awareness of the disproportionate numbers of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And whereas this is an opportunity for Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples of all genders and ages to gather in solidarity to remember, honor, and grieve those who have passed on or who have gone missing. Whereas on February 14th, 2019, people of Bawating and across Canada will participate in a National Day of Action and Remembrance for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls to call for actions to end this violence. Now therefore, I, Christian Provenzano, as Mayor of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, do hereby declare February 14th, 2019 as a Memorial Day to remember and honor missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and encourage all residents of the city to support this national event. Thank you.
Miigwech.
Miigwech.
John Nass, partner with Blackline Consulting, is in attendance concerning agenda item 7.2.1, corporate IT and digital strategy.
Council, we're going to pass the floor to the CAO to introduce Mr. Nass.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the Council. It has long been recognized that due to resource challenges, rapidly changing IT technologies, aging redundant IT infrastructure, the city, like any other organizations, have been taxed with keeping up and need as well, to develop as well as implement IT and digital strategies in a high-level one. At its meeting of April 2018, the Council approved the retention of Blackline Consulting to undertake an analysis of Sault Ste. Marie's specific needs and provide recommendations, including costs, for a go-forward IT and digital strategy. After extensive analysis and review, this work has been completed, and the consultants here today to present their findings and recommendations. The full report is in Council's agenda, while the presentation slide deck was added to the addendum for tonight's meeting. Mr. John Nass is here to present the materials and to respond to questions. Before he does so, and before calling on him, I need to note that the report and presentation are here for information for Council. The actual budget implications and recommendations will be brought forward by staff to the February 4th and future year budget meetings. The specific item that you'll see on February 4th is the creation of a Chief Technology Officer that would have a corporate strategic lens to be able to bring forward all the recommendations that are identified in the Blackline report and in the strategy that they've identified for us. So with that, I turn it to Mr. Nass with Blackline Consulting to make his presentation.
Welcome to Council, Mr. Nass. The floor is yours, and you can take us through your presentation. We'll take questions after your presentation's finished.
Great. Good evening. Thank you. In terms of agenda, there's a few things that I'll take you through. Scope of the engagement, just as to reiterate what our scope was for the engagement, the overall approach that we took for it, the current situation, so a summary of some of our observations, and then the recommendations that we've put forth. Just to reiterate, the engagement itself had three key objectives to cover off. One was to do a current state of the technology and IT that the city uses. Two, to design a future state, provide recommendations on what the future state might look like, some of the characteristics and technology. And then third, a plan or implementation plan to achieve it. Our approach was by design highly collaborative. We wanted to make sure that we reached out all aspects, all areas of the city, including staff, all the departments, all the levels of the department. We did that by doing group interviews, one-on-one interviews, and we also had an IT survey that we launched to get feedback. We wanted to make sure that it wasn't technology driven. It was actually more to find out about what the city is trying to achieve and what the challenges they're having with that. We followed a simple four-phased approach: discovery to gather information, analysis to analyze that information, insight is where we then developed our recommendations, and then the final phase was reporting. It's really interesting for me. We do quite a bit of work with other municipalities, and one of the things that I found great with Sault Ste. Marie is the recognition of the need for technology. And there's a few things that we recognize, and I think is important to recognize, is that the city itself is recognizing a need to change. It needs to understand how we can use technology, not just in terms of its operation, but then also how we can build an economy around that. The second one is acknowledging that social expectations are changing, and that's regardless if you're old or young in terms of access to information, completing things. The expectations are increasing, and that's not localized to this municipality, it's across the province. And finally, there was recognition as we went through this review that technology can also help enable and address some social issues that the city is facing. There are some current issues and concerns that and challenges that we had observed as we did our review. So the first one, and what we believe is one of the major reasons why there were some deficiencies, was underinvestment in IT. So for the past 7 years, as we did our analysis, the expense has been fairly flat. It's been about 1.8% increase over that 7 years. You're spending about 1% of the operating expenditures, whereas others are spending closer to 2 or 3% each year. So that's created what I'd call a deficit in terms of the amount of technology and spend that you have, but then also the resources to fulfill some of the demand. The second is around the network itself. And as organizations continue to use more technology, the backbone is really that network, making sure that you can transition information across the network. Everything from the connectivity itself, the speed, and the bandwidth. The third item on the list was backlog of initiatives. There's about 30 some odd initiatives that we identified when we started doing our assessment. That's 3 times more than the number of IT staff you actually have. And of those IT staff, not all of them are related to projects. There's day-to-day work that they focus on as well. So it's quite a large volume of change, and it's been increasing over the years because they're not able to get over that demand. As a consequence of that as well, it's not just the sheer volume, but also how the city prioritizes and manages those projects. One of the changes that's occurring, and again, this isn't unique to the municipality itself, other cities are having this challenge, which is the way that work is being done is conducted, it's different. Office workers have different technology uses than operators in the various areas on recreation services or operations. And to make sure that we improve productivity or ensure that productivity is kept at a reasonable level is making sure that they have the right tools and technology. And for me, making sure that staff have the mobility, they have access to the information and the technology to achieve that is important. Finally, technology is not going away. It's pervasive, it's used in every day, and it's because of that, there's only going to be an increase in terms of the amount of demand and volume that you work on. As a consequence, IT at the city needs to also have improvements around the way that it governs decisions around IT and how it manages IT. So one of the things I really liked about working with the city is your bold statement, bold vision that you have. But with that bold vision and statement, you also need a vision for IT in terms of delivering against that. The city needs to have a vision for IT that is able to support it. And the vision put forth here is your forward-thinking partner focusing on high-quality solutions that enables the corporate vision. In terms of our recommendation, it's a fundamental shift in terms of what I'd call traditional IT. And it's really looking at the future role of IT. There's 4 key aspects that the city needs to achieve. It's one, an innovator. IT needs to be a place where the rest of the departments can look upon it and say, well, how can we help innovate? Help us with some of those answers. It's not necessarily that IT needs to deliver all those services, and that's the role of the broker, which is being able to facilitate what do you need and how best can I deliver those services. Partly integrating with services that they have, and then also orchestrating on a day-to-day basis to making sure that those services are delivered. Fundamentally, and as the CAO mentioned, a chief technology officer of leadership to make sure that you can make sure this transformation goes forward is critical. Along with that, there are certain capabilities that are required for enhancement. Strategy and innovation and architecture is top of the list. Project management, data and application integration, vendor management, performance management, and security services. As I go through that list, you probably recognize some of them are actually quite what I call niche, especially the strategy and innovation, the data architecture, data and application integration, and the security services. Again, I think a key point for me is making sure that fill the CTO position and then making sure that IT doesn't need to deliver all these services. You can rely on other third parties for it. We've got 9 recommendations that we've put forward, and one, which is making sure that there's a solid backbone, making sure that you enhance the network in terms of its resiliency, its speed and bandwidth, and also enhancing its security posture. The second is modernizing the city's IT assets, everything around the aging infrastructure. So there are some areas where it needs a bit of focus. There are new technologies as well that the city can take advantage of that can help reduce maintenance costs and also make sure that there's no technology barriers in the future. So I'm sure, as you know, when you're using some old technology, sometimes it inhibits the systems that you can use or the functionality that it can perform. Third is enabling a mobile workforce where more and more there's a large percentage of labor that actually is out in the field. And how do we make sure that they're most productive is making sure that they've got the right tools and that they don't need to write things down and come back in the office and then type them up. Fourth is establishing processes for change in project management. As I've mentioned, there's a backlog already. There's no reduction in demand from the interviews that we said. A lot of the staff members and departments were interested in using more technology in the areas, not less. So being able to manage that is going to be critical. Number 5, disaster recovery capabilities, making sure that IT is able to run all of the services and support the city services regardless of incidents or emergency events. Number 6, defining the target architecture. So very much a very in-depth technology of the architecture itself and all the layers of it to making sure that the system has the right systems, the integration, the data, and the technology that supports it to achieve it. Number 7, citywide data warehouse and analytics solution. The city itself already has a fair amount of data. One of the benefits of that is being able to use that to make decisions. However, right now, as the data, it resides in pockets, and trying to integrate that is where you're going to get the most insights and help with some of that decision making. Number 8, as I mentioned earlier, is approach to managing IT. Improving the structure around how IT manages projects, manages day-to-day operations, and its delivery to and its ability to deliver projects. The last one is around guidelines for data governance. And as you continue to use more data, you also need to make sure that the quality and accuracy of that data is important. Other organizations have fallen to the pitfalls where they start to use the information, but if the quality is not there, you're making bad decisions on inaccurate data. So that's also paramount. We've put forward a roadmap, and as you look at it, I've highlighted 2019 and 2020 are front-loaded. There's a lot of activity that needs to occur in the next 2 years, partly for remediation, but then also partly to be able to scale, addressing that 30 project backlog and some of the assets. So right now is critical. This year and next year are quite critical to achieve the vision that we've set forward. Thank you for your time. Presentation is complete.
Okay, we'll start with Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Great presentation. Just 2 quick questions. I believe in your report you were saying that the investment we're looking at potentially could be about $4.7 million?
Correct.
Okay. Out of curiosity, and maybe I overlooked in your report, but you mentioned that we would probably need to hire some new FTEs full-time and so forth. What percentage out of that $4.7 million would be, in your opinion, allocated for new hardware such as routers, and setting up the different areas in the city hall to connect versus how much is going to be probably put towards FTEs?
Through the mayor, if you give me a moment, I'm just looking up the numbers, but it's roughly, the large percentage of the expenditures is going to be staff-related. There is a blip in the first 2 years, which is around asset refresh. Just give me 2 seconds. Yeah. So of the 4.7 million, it's roughly 2%.
2% for, sorry, FTE?
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure, 2%, okay.
With that, just if I can just clarify,
Please.
Part of that is purely the technology itself. A large component of the costs as well that is the network connectivity costs as well, so which is a service, so it's more of an operating expenditure. That's not included in that 2%.
Okay, great. And second question, you were saying that it's critical for the next 2 years, is what I believe you were saying. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. My last question, I believe, is more for the CAO, Al Horseman. Later in the agenda, we're talking about KPMG coming on board to do the service profile, I believe. So is that going to, this technology that we don't have, will there be a relationship between impacting the KPMG service profile? Does one need the other and so forth?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, no. The service profile is a separate exercise that's being done for the specific purpose of putting together a profile of the services that we deliver. There would obviously be some crosstalk when we do look at new technologies, but it's a standalone in terms of the exercise that KPMG is being asked to do.
Okay, so you don't see that since we're behind technology, it's not going to hold up the other potential if we do agree with the KPMG?
Correct. It will not hold it up.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you for the presentation. It might be a little premature, but I look at the 16 FTEs. In your opinion, in your experience, those are essentially, these are new hires outside the company, or does your experience show you that within an organization like this, you can backfill into some of these positions?
Through the mayor, to address your questions, one of the things that we found, and to just give a bit of more context information, because I think that's probably helpful to answer the question, the structure that IT has today is fairly flat. You've got one IT manager and effectively everyone reporting into it.
Right.
One of the challenges with that is purely just dealing with, what I'd say, upward and downward. When you've got that kind of relationship, you're just managing downward, managing staff and keeping day-to-day operations. Part of what you see with those additions is not just scale in terms of bodies to do project work, but then also leadership around some of the areas. Could they be fulfilled internally? Absolutely. I think our plan, what we've put forward, is around making sure that there's training available for existing staff as well as getting outside recruitment. If you had other technology-enabled staff in other areas of the business, I've seen that as well. So some of the other cities, they've said, they've been able to bring in staff from other areas and say, they've got good acumen around technology and business, and they can put, repurpose it. Yeah.
And further to that, in your experience, when you have an IT rollout like this, like a complete overhaul, in your opinion, how important is it to get staff involved in the evolution? How much does staff, the culture and training lend itself to a successful implementation?
Yeah, through the mayor. One of the things I've put in the report, and I think it's really, really very important, is what we're suggesting here is quite transformational, and it needs to be looked at the organization. I think the one thing that I recognize is there's a lot of excitement around technology, which is great. So there's not the adverse where I do see in other organizations, which is hesitation. So there is definitely a benefit with that. As you fill the CTO position, I think that's critical. I think that's got to be step one, because step two might be a little bit different from what we've put forward. So I do think that's critical to make sure you do that. There are things that you can get started and get on with right away, but I do think that's very important. Engaging in the staff and all the departments is going to be fundamental, and I think this is a great opportunity to start that journey. The other one is also, many other municipalities are having this problem, which is eligible retirements, the baby boomers. There's a great opportunity to also look at and say, how can we time this appropriately to say we can get excited about some of the things that we're doing at the city around internal operations. So.
No, I appreciate the comments. It looks like it's about a four-year time horizon for full implementation. And I think that, I personally think it's a good investment. I know we need it. Of course, people will be scared by the number, but it's something that needs to get done. It's an investment. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that it's going to be important to make sure that we have a cultural shift, or at least not a cultural shift, but a proper training to allow staff to be able to get their hands around what the system will offer. Because in the end, we have to provide better services. The constituents need to see the value in the spend, and it can't just be behind the doors. It has to be in front. It has to be enhanced service. So it's important that staff be trained, that we build that culture to embrace what we have. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dufour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our consultant here, did you have an opportunity to talk with folks at the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Centre just around kind of the developmental role that data can play in transforming city services? I know that they've been kind of fulfilling a little bit of that role through GIS mapping, data storage, and things like that. Were you able to include them in your search?
Through the mayor, we didn't meet directly with them. We met through some of the other DCMs and through individuals that have connections with them. I think the key thing for me around the data, and in the report, it may not be explicit, but I do think leveraging existing relationships and partnerships like that is fundamental. I think it's a fantastic way to grow and expand. And again, actually, in comparison to other municipalities, you're almost a step ahead, where some other municipalities, they're doing this on their own, and actually other firms can do it much better. So I think you're already ahead in that space. So it's how do we leverage that to its most capability?
So just as a follow-up to that, how do you see, maybe in your experience with other municipalities, how do you see those roles delineated in some of the governing documents as far as what should outside organizations be responsible for in terms of data warehousing, and what is critical for the city to keep inside their silo?
Through the mayor, for me, there's a fundamental principle that I apply, and we do work with the private sector as well, which is sensitive information. Where's that? Let's draw the line on the sensitive information, and we say that's got to be ours. We've got to have governance. We've got to have control over that, or at least have the right security measures in place. Beyond that, then that's when you can start saying, well, then what's our risk appetite? What's our appetite to use third parties? And then also, where is that data being stored? So there's kind of different facets you can look at that. So I can't give you a straight answer, but one of the things is that we did mention was around that data governance. And it's really outlining what are those roles and responsibilities that IT is going to be responsible for, different departments, what they're going to be responsible for, and third parties. So it's making sure that you've got kind of clarity around the roles and responsibilities. And from a risk appetite perspective, the city is happy with that as well.
Okay. One other question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. Going back to the staffing question, does your estimate of full-time equivalencies take into account kind of what you mentioned about third parties and vendor management? Or is there fluidity there as you envision the chief information officer rolling out this program?
Through the mayor, what we put forward is definitely a CTO needs to be in place. There's another role which is around vendor management. So what I would suggest, and it gives you that flexibility, is have enough capability to deliver part of the portfolio internally, but then also flex using third parties. And for me, it's important that you have people and resources internally that can manage third parties. Not contractors, but I mean actual third parties that can come in and deliver a piece of work. So similar to ourselves, or someone that's going to deliver a technology service. So I think it gives you that flexibility. It's a bit of a hybrid, effectively, is what we've proposed.
Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one quick question before I ask potentially a follow-up. The 10 megabits per second reference, is that a limitation on the ISP end, or is that local network hardware?
Through the mayor, ISP.
ISP. Okay. So I'm continue on with that question then. So I guess since we only have really two major internet service providers here, I suppose Shaw was the other one that you guys would have to look at to increase that speed.
So through the mayor, so let me clarify. So the speed that you get right now is in some areas it's 10 megabits. You can expand that up. So it's more of choice rather than, it's fee versus and choice versus a limitation, technical limitation.
Okay, yeah, that was more along the lines of what I was wondering. And then kind of more so just input in regards to the data warehouse and analytics. So I work in data. Please consider whatever you're doing, use a standard like SQL. There's nothing worse than when you run into a proprietary database and then they've got you locked into their software. So I'm hoping that that is a consideration in there, and as well, that all the software that feeds into it is going to have to be considered as well. So, because I know the headaches I've had working with data that's not the same, and trying to get that converted over. So I just wanted to make sure that was considered.
Through the mayor, if I can just make a comment on that. The part of what we do in the report, we consciously make an effort not to prescribe a solution for you. For me, it's making sure that you make the right choices, and the technology, the target architecture, it has to take all that into consideration. What technology are we using today? What do we need to replace? What are our standards going to be? And then how do we make sure that it all speaks the same language? So for me, that's the fundamental. For me, we don't prescribe it, because I think you guys, in the IT management team here, they should be deciding on those things. So,
okay, thank you. That's everything.
Thank you. I have Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO. There's lots of talk about server capability and whatnot in this report, and I know we've been through our EDC, I'm pretty sure, trying to develop a data center locally. And so I'm wondering if some of the upgrades needed within the organization present an opportunity to spur on the development of that data center.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, all of those things will be on the table. That's why we're looking for, as was recommended by the consultant, to have a CTO on board to help us then start looking at the strategically, where do we need to go to? The second part of the report was we need to increase the profile of IT so it does get that corporate presence, which again would feed into the CTO's plans and ultimately the city's plans to be strategic and to be looking at other partners and look at other opportunities, including a data center, including possibly with SMIC, with the Innovation Center, to be able to be effective and do the most efficient manner possible to get us to that next level.
Right. Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Sorry, Councillor Bruni, I have you. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just a question regarding the 4.7 million. It's here on your graph, it's 4 years. Is the majority of the 4.7 for the first year? Or is it spread out of 4?
Through the mayor, one moment, sorry. I'm just going to look up the spreadsheet. Yeah, through the mayor, it is spread out, and largely because what you'll find in the budget is there's some investment in capital expenditures for infrastructure and so on, but then also as you increase the headcount, that levels things out as well. So it's kind of spread out in terms of the overall cost. So something that we did take into consideration, we didn't want to have a big, huge investment kind of year one or year two. So it is pretty flat. It's almost averaged out when you look at the totality in the increase.
So what are we looking at, about, $1 million plus per year?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Nels, for coming down and providing this. I think it really calls attention to the need for it, and for the community to be able to go through the presentation with us is invaluable in my opinion. Just a couple of pretty simple questions, because I'm not the most technically minded gentleman here, but if we were to, leaning on your professional knowledge and your experience in terms of where Sault Ste. Marie kind of ranks in terms of its information technology with other municipalities in the province of Ontario, say 5 being they've really transformed themselves and are exemplary, and 1 being not with it. Could you give me an idea on that simple scale?
Through the mayor, this sounds like a loaded question, doesn't it?
I don't know, have you been paid yet?
I did, thank you. So we've worked with a number of municipalities. I think that's important, first of all. On the technology side, brutally honest, you're probably 2. Because there are certain aspects where you've been able to advance. I do think one of the key things that we noticed was the level of customer service. The resolution time that the IT department does, I haven't seen it at any other municipality. And the ones that spend 5%, 3% each year, that for me I was shocked when I saw that. So there are areas where we looked and I thought you're definitely doing very well. But overall, I think the key challenge that you have is the investment. 1% for the past 7 years. That's less than inflation. Like it's really low. So that's definitely been a cause for some of the challenges. So.
Thanks. And one more question, Mr. Mayor, please, through you to Mr. Nas. I know you had mentioned in answering another question that you don't like to get into the prescription of things. You don't like to prescribe. But if you when you speak of third-party vendors, could you give some examples of some of those that could be employed by the city?
Yeah, through the mayor. So everything from Bell, CGI, IBM, Accenture, those are kind of well-known larger ones. There are other smaller, what I call kind of tier 2 providers. I wouldn't know if they have operations here. So that's my only caveat. So a lot of the ones that I do know of, they're kind of in the GTA and they definitely work in that area. But if you're happy to, I'm happy to provide a list after the fact of the list.
Thank you.
So I want to just, as we wrap this up, draw on something you just said. From my perspective, I think this is mission critical that we move forward. I think we're moving forward in a very measured manner, and we're just starting with one piece of it. But this is one of the most important things the last council initiated and began. But I want to pick up on the last thing he said. So we're 2 out of 5. And we're 2 out of 5 because we are sorely underfunded. But what he said is he has not seen any other IT professionals respond as quickly as the ones that are working here. So what that tells me is that the staff that are here are doing a lot with very little. And we can't expect to be an innovative city if we're not an innovative municipal corporation. And we can't expect to be forward-looking as a city if we're not forward-looking here. And we have to invest in this municipal corporation so that our city ultimately invests in itself. So this is the first step to me, and we're not making a decision tonight. Well, it'll go to budget. But I think this was a really important piece of work, and I thank you for the effort, the consultation. I want to recognize our staff, because obviously they've been doing a good job with very little resources. So thank you for your time, Mr. Nas.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
There's a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy, resolved that the report of the Chief Administrative Officer dated January 28, 2019 concerning corporate IT and digital strategy be received, and that the recommendations found in Blackline Consulting's report be referred to 2019 and future year budget deliberations for Council's consideration.
All in favor? Motion carried. So we do have a planning agenda. So I don't know that I think the planning agenda is going to be quick. Should we start we have 5 minutes before planning, eh?
Mm-hmm.
So we can start the next presentation, and we won't take questions until the presentation's over. Then we'll go to planning, then we'll go back to the presenter. So we can move on to 5.6 because we have 5 minutes before planning starts.
Shape the Sioux, population and employment projections. Agenda item 7.7.2. Tim McCormack, President of Metro Economics, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Mr. McCormack. So what we'll do is we'll take your presentation, and when your presentation's finished, we have to move on to our planning agenda because it has to occur in and around 5:30.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to you for questions because I strongly suspect there will be questions for you.
Okay. That's great. So I was part of a team headed by Dillon Consulting. Dillon was retained by the municipality to look at the future land uses in the city. My role in this assignment was to look at the future population growth, or at least the potential population growth of the area. Now, normally we would look at a metropolitan area, which in this case would be the Sault Ste. Marie census agglomeration, but the rest of the the rest of the CA outside of the city is relatively insignificant in terms of the total population, totaling about 5,000 people. So we concentrated just on the city in doing the projections here, recognizing that for all intents and purposes, the city is the census agglomeration, particularly from the point of view of the economy. And we like to look at the economy and the base of the economy of an area first before we talk about whatever population potential there may be down the road. So let me draw your attention to the very first table. And my apologies to all of those who hate to look at tables and hate to look at charts. If you feel that way, just don't look at the screen. Just listen to what I'm saying because I think you'll get the point. What I'm doing here is looking at the economic base of the Sault Ste. Marie area by looking at your employment distribution by major industry in 2016, according to the latest census, compared to that of the province as a whole. I'm looking at your number of jobs by industry per capita compared to the number of jobs in Ontario per capita in order to determine, are you oversupplied with people in certain industries? And if you are, it probably means that those folks aren't just doing things for the people who live here, but they're also doing things that are exportable. Now, from the point of view of history, we've always thought of agriculture or mining or manufacturing as the economic drivers of communities, and that was okay as long as we were in the say, 1970 era. But since the mid-1970s, really services have become more and more important as economic drivers in communities. And so we've developed a tool that allows us to look at your service sector and looking at the per capita jobs in your service sector and determining if you have more jobs per capita than the average community in Ontario. It probably means you're heavily invested in providing services to people outside of your local community. And on this table, I've circled several industries that indicate those that we consider to be exportable services, the ones that are especially large in terms of being exportable services. Now, the first one, of course, is manufacturing, which I already said. We accept that as being an export-based industry, no matter whether it's higher than a community's on a per capita basis or not, because manufacturers don't typically produce goods for the local community. They're producing goods to ship elsewhere. But the retail trade sector is heavily, you have a much higher ratio of jobs per capita in the retail trade sector. You do in other business services, which is a range of things that covers building management to security services and a host of things like that. You have especially a very high ratio in the health and social services sector. You do as well in arts, entertainment, and recreation, and you do in the government sector. And so that tells me that these sectors are here not only producing services for the people who live in Sault Ste. Marie, but also for the people who live in the surrounding area or people who visit here for tourism reasons during either the summer or the winter. So bottom line, and let me just emphasize this very clearly, the last three columns in this table show you at the top that the economic-based jobs in this community are about 8,300. The community-based jobs, the ones that are really just serving the local community, are about 23,000. So of the total of 31,000 jobs that there are in this community, 27% of them are economic drivers. And to be honest with you, this is a very, very high ratio compared to most other communities across the country, across the province. Typically, 15%, 20% of all the jobs are what we would call export-based or economic driving industries. So you have a very strong economics-driven economic base in this community. And not only is it fairly large, but it is well diversified because you're not just in the industrial sector, but you're doing things in the service sector that are very, very important. So on that note, I feel very positive about the way things sit in this community at this point in time. Now, as we turn to the next slide, which shows you these economic-based industries, only these economic-based industries jobs, and we look at the history from 2001 to 2016, we might see our jaws drop rather rapidly at the incredible decline that has occurred in the economic-based jobs in this community. The ones at the bottom that are the darkest blue are really the manufacturing sector, steel industry, primary metals. And we know that most of the job losses in this community have been heavy, and they've been concentrated in that industry. And they're almost all over from almost, I think, the point of view of most experts who are looking at the future of that particular industry in this country. And so our projections call for that particular industry to hold its own. You're not going to see that sector grow its jobs. You're going to see it grow its output, because output per worker is growing rapidly in that industry, which is one of the reasons why the jobs have fallen so dramatically over the last little while. But in the services sector, there are significant gains that can be anticipated in the field of tourism, which is the sum of all jobs in retail and in the recreation area. I see positive gains taking place in that sector here. I see positive gains taking place, especially in the healthcare sector, not only because of the fact that the population in the area is growing and those folks are going to need more healthcare in the future, but because of the aging of the population, which is driving up the number of jobs per capita that are required in healthcare. So your future for your economic-based jobs, again, looks pretty good to me. Yes, we've fallen a lot in the last 16 years, but there is some good reason to expect that economic-based jobs are going to grow in the future. Now, a third important element of this set of projections is the age distribution of your population and the age distribution of the country's population. We're all familiar with the post-war baby boom generation, who are at this point between the ages of about 50 and 70. They live everywhere in this country. They are a bulge in the age distribution of every community in this country. And in the particular case of Sault Ste. Marie, there are relatively more folks in the age categories over 50 than is the case in most other communities in Ontario. Now, this is a plus and it's a minus. It's a plus because you're going to see those folks stay in the community. Most of them are going to live here and stay here and continue to spend their money, continue to require social services, continue to require healthcare services. And most of them who worked over the course of their lives are gradually going to retire from the labor market over the course of the period from starting in 2011 through to 2031. And as they retire, they need to be replaced in order to make sure that the service level of the community continues at least at the pace that it has been in the past. And that's a very, very important economic driver, not just for Sault Ste. Marie, but for the country as a whole. Now, my company and my associates have been saying since late 80s, the early 90s, that at some point around 2011 to 2031. When the boomers start to retire, we will have to see immigration in this country move from something in the order of what was then 185 to 200,000 people per year to something much higher. Well, we're already at 300,000 immigrants a year. You may have noticed the report in the paper about a week ago saying that the federal government has established a target for the next 3 years of 1 million new Canadians, which is 330,000 per year. And our projections show that as the boomers retire, we will reach a point where we need more than 400,000 immigrants per year for a good 5-10 year period in order to replace all these people who are retiring from these jobs and in order to meet our economic potential, which isn't going away. I mean, the world's growing, the U.S. is growing, we're exporting, so we want to stay a part of all of that, and in order to do that, we need to have immigration because the boomers didn't replace themselves as the fertility rate went down. Now, that's another story. I could spend at least an hour on that one, but that's beyond that. The point is, you have a baby boom population that's significant and relatively significant in size. As they retire, you'll need to backfill as they leave, and so in-migration will occur in this community in a way over the next 20 years that you haven't seen for a long time. And I know this is a contentious point because people say, well, it's hard to attract people to the northern parts of Ontario. But what people don't think about is that in this community, on an annual average basis, there are about 2,000 people who leave the community every year, and there are about 2,000 people who move to the community every year. Hence, your population has been stable for quite some time. And that churning of the population is a reflection of the fact that you have a dynamic economy, you have attractive opportunities, you have a viable and vibrant labor market already operating, and all that's needed in order to turn that around is to have fewer people leave and a few more people arrive, and all of a sudden you've resumed population growth in the community. And that, in my view, is exactly what's going to happen in this community. In the next chart, I'm showing you the distribution of the projected population and the historical population, where the blue portion is all those folks who are between the ages of about, I think it's 20 and 69. These are the people that we draw the labor market from. And the yellow portion is the young folks, and you can see that their share has been slightly declining over time, and we're projecting it will slightly increase in the future. And the gray portion is those in the 65 and over category who are less likely to be working, or the 70 and over category. And you know, the bottom line is that that blue portion has been, you know, it's moving sideways right now, even though the number of jobs is about to start to increase. So we're going to need more of those people to continue to participate in the labor market to fill the labor requirements that are needed. And we see participation rates among people over the age of 55 rising, and people over the age of 55 are more and more staying in the labor market for a longer time period than they have in the past, for the simple reason that A, they're living longer, and B, they need the money because of economic circumstances or whatever. So there's a lot of things at play here, but the bottom line is that your future, in my opinion, is fairly strong, stronger than it's been in a long, long time. And that's going to be a hard message, I think, for a lot of people to accept, but I think it's one that you need to accept readily. Now, this next chart is sort of a catch-all. It shows you at the bottom all of those jobs on the economic base level. And the next level is the number of people who are filling not just the economic base jobs, but all the jobs in the community. And as people come in here to backfill, as the baby boomers retire, they add to the population of this community. And when they come in here, they need services, and that adds to the services that are required because the boomers aren't leaving. They're not dying, they're just retiring. And so you get this compounding effect that drives up the community-based jobs, which in turn draws in even more people to fill those community-based jobs that are being created. And the bottom line is that you have momentum in population growth in the future that I think is fairly significant. So the next chart kind of summarizes, I think, what it is that is faced here. And it shows you all the way back to 1971 what the total population of the city has been, and it shows you what we're projecting it will be in the future. And as you can see, for a period from 1971 to about 1986, not much was happening here in Sault Ste. Marie. Population was holding steady at around the 80,000, 81,000 level. And then all of a sudden, as all these terrible things happened in the economic base areas, we saw the population start to decline as those economic based jobs went away. And I'm saying most of that erosion of your economic base is now behind us. We see lots of strong positive reasons, the baby boomers retiring, resumption of other growth that will help to bring the population back to, in our projections, really no higher by 2036 than you had at your peak point back in about 1981. We're predicting 83,300 in 2036, and you had 82,700 back in 1981. So it's a resumption of the position you held at one time. And if there is a fault in these projections, in my view, it is that we're under predicting how much population growth will take place. I really believe that this whole phenomenon of replacing baby boomers is much bigger than most of you are expecting, and it's having huge effects on the entire country, huge effects on immigration policy, and it will hit this community as much as it does anywhere else in this country. So just a final word on a couple of things that I think you should be aware of. Your economy is going to change. You know, the table on the right-hand side shows you all the jobs in the community, not just the economic-based jobs, but all the jobs. And it compares where I think it'll be in 2036 to where it is today. And the bottom line is, it's not manufacturing, it's not agriculture, it's not mining that's going to move this community, although those things are going to remain important. And you want to preserve as many jobs as you can in those sectors. But it's in the services sector, and it's in healthcare, it's in business services, it's in education services, it's in not so much government services. I agree with your previous speaker that there's much new technology that will help us slow down the rate of increase in government jobs in the future in a way that we haven't seen in the past. And it's not so much in retail, because we know the retail sector is changing rapidly and that people aren't shopping at shopping centers so much as they are online anymore. But we've tried to take all those kinds of things into consideration in developing these projections. And again, we can't come away with enough I just don't find any sort of negatives in your future, except if you look at the table on the left, and that is that almost all the population growth we're talking about, almost 10,000 people between 2016 and 2036. Well, a lot of it's accounted for, about 4,500, by people over the age of 65 who are not going to be working. And the rest of it's going to be really among people 35 to 44, the people who migrate to communities like this, establish new homes, establish new families, and that group will grow, and so too will the population under 14, because when they move here, they settle and have kids and do all the things that normal families do. So I congratulate you on how well it's going to go. I only hope I can come back here in 20 years and talk about how successful you've been.
Well, we're going to ask you to sit down and come back in 10 minutes.
I'll be back.
Yeah. So we're going to move to the planning agenda, sir, and we'll deal with that, and we'll come back to you.
Under agenda item 7.7.1, application A119Z, 747 Great Northern Road.
Okay, so Mr. McConnell, do you want to speak to this application? Give some context to the folks that are watching at home?
I certainly will, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, is Mr. Burgess or his or someone here on his behalf tonight? Oh, yes. Thank you. Sorry. Council, this deals with a property which some of you will know as the former Personal Touch Auto Sales business on the west side of Great Northern Road, just a little bit north of Drive-In Road. The request in front of council tonight is to rezone the property to general commercial uses. This is to facilitate the applicant's ability to redevelop and expand the existing building for a wide range of commercial uses. It is recommended for approval, and the applicant is in attendance tonight should council have any questions.
Did you want to wish an opportunity? Do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Craig Burgess. Okay. I don't really have any specific questions. I think it was a
Did you have anything about the application you wanted to represent to council?
No.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff on the application? No. Is there anybody that's in attendance that's here to speak in opposition to the application? Anybody to speak in opposition to the application? Seeing none, and since there are no questions, we'll call a vote. All in favor of the application?
Shall I read the...
Oh, yes, sorry, we'll have the clerk read the motion.
A motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Gardy, resolved that the report of the senior planner dated January 28, 2019 concerning rezoning application A119Z be received, and that the application to rezone the subject property from highway zone to general commercial zone be approved, subject to the following special exception, that residential dwellings and nursing and residential care facilities are excluded as permitted uses upon the subject property, and that the legal department be directed to prepare the necessary bylaw to effect the approval.
All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you, sir. The application is approved. So that brings us back to Mr. McCormick. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Sir, we're back to you. The planning part of our agenda is over.
That wasn't 10 minutes.
No?
Okay.
So we will now take any questions we have of our presenter, Councillor Hilsinger.
My question is, how do the four other major Northern Ontario cities compare in terms of their percentage of economic base job percentage? So if ours is 27 and you said that was very high,
yes.
Can you give me a sense of where we live in compared to those other communities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have all these numbers in my head. I do know that yours is one of the most diversified of the four. I think that the others are much more concentrated. I mean, I have done work in Timmins, for example. It's all mining, and it's all downhill, and it's not good. And I almost got run out of town telling them that. And it wasn't fun. I mean, that's not a nice assignment. The others I haven't done specific work for, so I can't really say with, an in-depth knowledge because I haven't studied them in depth. But, I was remarkable. I really was surprised when I did all the analysis here and looked at how high the share was here.
Okay.
Without looking at the details.
And I just want to make sure that I understand that the primary reason or the only reason or indicator of this growth in jobs is because of the baby boomer trends, baby boomers moving on and needing new people to replace those jobs. Do I get it like that?
That is correct. Okay. One of the reasons is yes.
But that's the major. Are there other major reasons?
I think we've arrested the decline in the industrial sector, which is, I think, a big thing. And it's important because those jobs that are left there are still highly productive jobs, and those businesses are highly competitive now, having shed so many workers. And I think that they will therefore last in the community and continue to contribute, perhaps not so much to the growth, but they won't be contributing to its erosion.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, thank you, Mr. McCormick, for the presentation. So my work life involves data and grants, so I've been looking at these numbers for a very long time. And as far as we look at the economic base jobs, with having that high percentage in manufacturing, which can have its ebbs and flows, and another higher percentage in retail. I mean, we have over 4,400 jobs in retail, which is, primarily, minimum wage, low income. And with the aging population, I mean, I do understand that. My question is we really try to promote newcomers into the community and new technologies and things like that. So the question actually might be to Mr. Vare. So with the baby boomers and losing the workforce, say, if we just focus in on skilled trades and technology, from my understanding, there is a shortage in our community of the younger people being able to replace those baby boomers. And was that addressed in any of your research or reports or things like that with, there being vacancies that we can't currently fulfill. So it might be an answer that you can give, Mr. Vera. I'm not sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo Allen. Perhaps I can start and allow our consultant to speak maybe to how that trend is playing out elsewhere across Canada. But currently what we're seeing as we go out and meet with employers is we have encountered employers who are having difficulty finding certain skilled labor positions. And that's where we are looking at some of our, through our labor force development coordinator, some of our outreach efforts in order to attract people in the community in the short term to fill those needs, as well as working with our educational partners, both post-secondary and primary education, to help provide the information on where the jobs are and provide the training that will fit the needs of our local economy. And I think it is something that is playing out in other communities as well, as this kind of crunch hits and people are retiring in the community. It's creating some extra demand on those or competition for those skilled labor positions.
Did you want to add to that, sir?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add a couple of things. First of all, I think on the retail side, only about 900 of 5,000 are sort of economic-based tradable services jobs, and the rest are here because of the people. Okay. And those will stay, and I think they'll also grow in the future, but not as fast as they have in the past because of the rapidly changing industrial structure of that industry. So that was a very good question. I think on the whole issue of how do we do this, I think I'm making the assumption here that the community will be supportive of what's about to come down the pike. Recognize that if you're going to retain local youngsters, you'll have to make sure they're trained properly for the jobs that are coming. You have to work with the local people in industry who will tell you where their shortages are and what the local educators can do to help fill those gaps. I mean, it's a community effort to help make it happen. I don't think you can just sort of sit back and say, well, McCormack says it's going to come. Let's just watch. That's not good enough. It's got to, you got to be working at it. And it's all kinds of things. So I'm making the assumption that you all will work hard to make it happen. But I guess what I'm saying, and I like to look at my work as, this is the demand you face, and how you handle it is really up to you. I like to be realistic about the demand that's there, and help you to make the decisions you have to help make it successful. I hope I'm helping answer that.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Dufour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, Mr. McCormack. Just looking at the population projections here as they're broken down by age category, what I see is that by 2036, you're saying here that the largest driver of our population increase will be persons aged 35 to 44.
Right.
So kind of working backwards from that to where we are in 2016, the conceit of this projection seems to be that it's persons 15 to 19 that we really need to focus on keeping here, as though that's the cohort that we have right now. And what you're projecting here is basically that hopefully all of these persons 15 to 19 will stay, hopefully bring in a partner from out of town and have even more of an increase, because that's like I look here at my own cohort and it's projected to actually decline in the next 20 years. Am I reading this correctly? Is that the cohort that we should be basing a lot of our kind of policy and planning and things like that on retaining?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that you've got it almost right.
Okay.
Or partly right. The bottom line is, you have a number of younger people now in this community who historically have probably tended to leave rather than stay because there weren't jobs here. So you have to find a way to make sure that you retain as many of them in the future as you can. But a lot of the increase in that age group is going to be through in-migration or net in-migration of people in that age category. When you look at the age distribution of migrants, whether it's internationally or interprovincially or within the province, it's all young people between the ages of 18 and 38 years of age, and it's a huge bulge. And so you've got 30-year-olds as being the most mobile people of all, and they either make or break individual communities because they're the ones that are on the go. And so if you're a declining community, you're losing that group. You're losing it to the ones that are rapidly growing. And I'm saying that you will attract that group in the future because there will be jobs here that they'll be more than happy to take because there are changes in the industrial structure. They don't want to work in steel, but they do want to work in professional services or, tourism or a host of other things like healthcare, where there are literally thousands of jobs being created. So that's what I think you got it partly right, but it's also a huge net in-migration of people, as well as retaining the ones that are here. Okay?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McCormick, you mentioned 2,000 jobs going, or 2,000 people going out and 2,000 people coming in, and that's how our population has maintained. Would you be able to elaborate a bit more on that?
Sure. How do I do this? The bottom line is that the census data tell us how many people stay in the community and how many move each year, and there are always people churning. When I look at and StatCan doesn't produce as much detail for the city of Sault Ste. Marie, but it produces a lot of detail for every census division or region county in the country. And Algoma is the one that we're looking at here. And the numbers there show, massive inflows and outflows of people in this census division on an annual basis, and it always has been that way. And when you look, the numbers are absolutely astounding when you look at province-wide numbers, how many people in the province move every year. Now, just think about it. You see for sale signs all over the place all the time. There is mobility taking place, and you don't stop and ask, where are you going? You just don't think about it. But somebody ends up buying that house and filling it. So they churn those properties, and some of them are moving to Toronto, some of them are moving to Winnipeg, and some are going to Vancouver, but a lot of them are coming from northern parts of Ontario or other parts of Ontario to fill the jobs that are needed here. And so there's sort of a capacity that's always there, but it's a different bunch of folks, or there's a large portion of it's churning all the time. I can't be any more, illustrative than that, I don't think. I think that the for sale signs are the best one.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at your total population projections, which is your 7th slide, that shows, from 2016 and beyond,
right,
that we're going to ultimately reach 83,300. And I'm hearing that because of the availability of jobs, that's expected to be sort of one of the main reasons why our population is going to grow by about 10,000. And I just, I'm an optimist as much as the next person, but I wonder how you sort of square the circle of the trend of this chart for the last 40 years versus the trend for the next 20. Because there have been other times in the community, like the early 2000s, where there have been, the economy has been, after 2001, the economy was pretty good here. And you did see our population grow, but it grew very slow, like less than 600 people over 10 years. So now, over about 18 years, you're projecting 10,000 people.
Right. And I think to sort of retrench on a question I answered a moment ago, it is the baby boom generation that's having this effect, but it's having an effect in two ways. It's having an effect on the supply of labor here. And as these folks age and choose not to work anymore or are unable to work anymore, they need to be replaced because the jobs they're leaving, for the most part, are jobs that need to be filled in the community to not only meet their needs, but the needs of the existing community, okay? So there's this sort of replacement of evaporating supply that needs to be replaced. But then as you replace those folks with younger people moving in here, because that's the only supply you've got, we don't have enough young people in this community, or in any other community in the country for that matter, to fill the jobs that the boomers are leaving. as those people move into those jobs and take those jobs, one person takes the job, brings somebody with them, or maybe two people with them, and all of a sudden, for every job that's created, you've got 2 or 3 people living in the community. And so you get to 10,000 population by only creating 3,000 or 4,000 jobs, net new in the future, that, you know, or filling up for those who are retiring as baby boomers. So it's it sounds a little fishy, but let me assure you, I've spent hours, you know, building these models and making sure that the arithmetic works. And, you know, I could, you know, spend a little time with you if you wanted, going into that detail.
Yeah, okay. That would be helpful. But I guess from the perspective of the history of the chart,
right?
I mean, there have been other times where that has happened.
But never have we had the boomers.
Gotcha.
And there were what, 8-9 million boomers born between 1946 and 1966. And since that time, we've never had, in that kind of a 20-year span, that many people born in this country. And you know, it's huge. I mean, you saw the chart. You saw how huge they are already in this community, and they're 50 to 70 now. Well, when they're 70 to 90, who's going to replace them if nobody moves here, right? That's because you saw that beneath it right now, there aren't nearly as many under the age of 50 as there are over the age of 50. Okay. And that it's the simple math of the replacement that, and then of course, as the boomers get older, they get sicker, as you know, so that you need more healthcare. So then you need even more jobs. So there's a demand and a replacement of supply issue here.
Okay, that clarifies things,
Right.
and I'm hopeful that you're right. I do have one other question, and it's on your second spreadsheet, which notes, and well, I think it doesn't know, but you noted that we are well diversified in terms of our job distribution. Now that is sort of that, you know, again, I'm an optimist, but again, that sort of flies in the face of everything else we're told, which
Really?
is that we need to diversify.
Okay.
And so I see, you know, obviously we continually try to diversify, but I guess I'm getting mixed messages.
Well, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I can say to that is I think most people, everybody's aware that they need to diversify. Everybody knows that industry's going away and that they need to do something. I don't think they appreciate the fact it's already happening in many communities. I think that they all get caught up with the latest craze, so they all want biotech jobs, or they all want, you know, cannabis, or you name it. You know, there's something new every year, and in my opinion, it's a climate that you want to make sure that you generate, not a specific map for going after this industry and going after that industry, because everybody on the planet is going after those industries. You know, I see a lot of these economic development strategies, and everybody seems to want exactly the same thing. And to me, economic development is go with what you're pretty good at. You've already, at least the numbers that I put up on the screen suggest to me that you're already pretty well established in providing health care in this region of the province, which is a huge necessity for everybody. And you have a particular unique advantage because it doesn't exist outside of this community for a long, you know, for many, many, many miles. And so you're the center of these kinds of activities. You don't have as much of a presence in education as I might have expected. You know, there's a potential there for post-secondary education to, I would think, to be a part of your future as well, but I don't know the details, and there may be reasons why that hasn't happened here. But you're just so on education. You're about the same as every other community. But yeah, so, you know, yeah, I think you are very diversified, and I don't think most communities do appreciate. I think frankly, most communities aren't nearly as diversified as they want to be or should be or can be. And I think in your case, because I'm enthusiastic, is you already are, and you have a lot to build on, and you don't have to sort of come up with a an industrial policy. You have to come up with, it's more of a supporting the business community and the service. And don't forget that the services are just as important. So the restaurants and the entertainment, which are attracting people here throughout the season for tourism reasons, are just as important as supporting any mining operation or any manufacturing operation in this community, in my opinion. Yes, I know the jobs don't pay as well. All right, so what? What are you going to do? Just say no to them because they don't? Come on, that doesn't make sense. There's lots of good jobs in those industries. There's lots of managers. There's lots of market research that has to take place. There's a lot of well-paying jobs in a lot of those service industries, and healthcare certainly is one of the best as a payer. So, I just don't like to see people snub their nose at those kinds of things when it's the future, folks, and you can go with it, and it'll be okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Council, I'm going to get everybody on my list. I just want to be mindful of the time, because we do have a number of people here waiting to present. So if we could,
I understand.
Not ask questions that are already asked, and if I can ask our presenter to maybe focus on brevity, it would be appreciated.
All right.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
I'm not known for that.
Okay. Evidently.
Thank you. A number of my questions have been answered because I was going to link into our GDP and high worth salary jobs. But just one quick question for Mr. Vare. Your team, I believe, is working on right now, not just looking at population growth, and I believe you have your own targets, but I think you're also working with the EDC on diversifying your economy. And he has a good point that, yes, we need service sectors, and they do pay, fairly well. But diversifying our economy also, I believe, diversifies our net worth salaries and adds to our GDP and to our tax base. So my main question is, I believe your team is working on how to increase population growth, but also with regards to the right jobs that fit into our positive strengths at the current moment. Is that?
So if we can have Mr. Vare's mic, please.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, that's correct. And I think, what we are doing with the EDC and the Innovation Center and our local employers is looking at where do we have some comparative strengths in the community and how do we build on those strengths in order to help grow jobs. In a number of cases, it's helping those businesses to grow in Sault Ste. Marie that have the capacity and the markets to grow.
Thank you. So some very good work is already being moved forward. Thank you.
Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies if this question was already asked, but I just wanted to confirm something. Mr. McCormick, you've answered a number of times that the 83,000 projection of population is based on members retiring and people coming in to fill those jobs. The 83,000, have you factored in economic growth at all besides the filling of those jobs?
Absolutely. Yes, that's what's driving it all. We have a national system. We do national projections, provincial projections, and local area projections, and the whole thing is driven by the economy and the changing economy. And then when we look at a community like this, we look at your economic base, and those economic-based jobs, in our opinion, are going to grow in the future, and they're going to help to make your population grow. And also, the challenge of the baby boom generation is a plus for you because you'll need more healthcare jobs, and because the folks in those, the boomers in the jobs now will retire and need to be replaced. So you've got about three things working in your favor, the economy being one of them and the boomers being another one.
So just so I understand correctly, you are including the economic growth.
Oh, absolutely.
But only in jobs that we have already, no new jobs, no new business.
Well, growth means new jobs. I mean, no, yes, we
But
expect...
healthcare, you said healthcare is going to increase. We're
is.
already doing healthcare. Yes, we're going to expand it, and I understand that as economic growth. Maybe I can, significantly new growth? Is that worked into it?
I think, I don't have the table in front of me now, but the table on the last page on the right-hand side shows all of the changes in employment by industry, and there are big changes in about 5 or 6 service sectors, not just healthcare, but also in accommodation and food and business services and other services to business. And those are very key sectors, and there's a lot of jobs there. That's economic growth. That is economic growth to me.
But
I'm saying the economic growth.
in the same sectors, because you do the comparison from 2016 to 2036.
Right.
It's on the same line as the same job component. So if we wanted to add, for example, the fact that we may be successful at getting a ferrochrome plant in Sault Ste. Marie in 7 or 8 years.
That's not factored into this.
I'm sorry?
That's not factored into this.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
He didn't presume that any new industry was going to move here.
New industry, new businesses, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Or I have assumed that any new industry is replacing some that's also going to disappear in the future. I'm basically of the view that industrial jobs, manufacturing jobs, nationwide, province-wide, in Sault Ste. Marie are not going to grow in the future, period. Okay, net. So there will be some new businesses that come in, and they will be much doing different things than others have, but others will continue to disappear. And at best, we will replace the ones that disappear. We won't see net new growth take place in jobs in manufacturing. But to me, that doesn't mean there's no economic growth, because manufacturing isn't the only sector.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. And so that's what I'm trying to say, is the growth will come, but it'll be in business services, it'll be in healthcare, it'll be in education, and it'll be in accommodation and food and other tourism-related activities, government to a lesser extent. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Gardy, I have you on the list.
I'm going to pull a number of my questions in the spirit of time here, but this might be more of a comment. I'll try and put it into a question. We're getting into the weeds, which is important. It's not an easy thing to convey to the public at large, and even to some of us who have looked at the numbers. So I appreciate your work and you taking the time to answer all these questions. But couldn't this all be encapsulated if we harken back to what you said earlier, in that the report tells us, essentially based upon our demographics and our community's economic profile, that if we make the wise decisions that we need to make, then our community should grow? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
However.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yes, but I don't think that you need to pick every industry.
No, correct.
You need to support all.
You had mentioned that. You talked about a client. Sorry,
we've got to train people.
Mr.
We've got to create, the signage you put up for tourism. And there's all kinds of things that a municipality can do to help its grow.
And I think a number of those things, someone had mentioned the last 40 years, okay? The last 40 years occurred because for a number of those years, our community relied on one major employer.
Yeah.
And rested on its heels and its laurels. And I see over the course of the last number of years, the last council and this one are prepared through city staff to do what needs to get done. And I was going to ask Mr. Veras some questions as to what he and his team are doing to address some of these, but I'm not going to. I'll ask it at another time. Thanks.
Yeah, the intention of bringing this gentleman was here so we can get into kind of his, not what we're going to do about it, but actually his math. So I'll kind of sum up here, and then we can move on. I think an important thing that he said was this: it isn't going to just happen. I mean, it could happen, and we have to create the right environment and conditions for it to happen. But when I first read this report in full, I had the same intuitive response as I think a lot of people in our community did, and I'd like to challenge that a bit. To me, it seems very sensible, and I think that we have to be a lot more confident and ambitious and secure, and not start from the position like that's not going to happen here, or why would that happen here, or that doesn't make sense that would happen here. when we actually think about it, it's incredibly sensible that would happen here. We all live here because we want to live here. We live here because we're proud to live here, and we live here because this is a great community to live in. One of the challenges we have is we haven't communicated that to the degree that we are going to try and communicate that. And I have a tremendous amount of confidence and faith that if we do communicate that, and we do build the environment that we can build just by supporting the current community partners and activities that we have going on, like education, it's one you pointed out where we can have significant growth, we will grow to this number. And I actually think, and he probably isn't going to say this, that he feels like he was a bit conservative on it, and we can do better than 83,000.
Yeah, I believe it is a conservative projection.
Yeah. So when I read it and reflected on it, I challenged my own intuitive response to think that seems high. So I have a tremendous amount of confidence that over the course of the term, we can make a lot of good decisions that will help head us in this direction. But I think this is really very clearly achievable. And it's really great data. And I want to just circle back and point out this is data that we've collected as part of our official plan. And we're working on our official plan. We'll continue to work on our official plan for the year, and we'll finish it. And we'll base that official plan in part on this data, which is why it's here before you. It's why he came to answer questions about it. I want to thank you for your work, sir.
My pleasure.
It was good work. You said you hope you're right. We all hope you're a little wrong and that you're low. But otherwise...
Okay. I would consider that being even more right.
Yeah, even more right. So we all hope you're even more right.
Okay, great.
But we thank you for your time, and we look forward to continuing working with you.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy resolved that the report of the senior planner dated January 28, 2019 concerning population and employment projections be received as information.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we're going to proceed with our the budget part of our agenda. So, councillors, you'd have to, I think, switch to the budget agenda on your devices. So we are receiving budget presentations from external groups today.
These are outside agencies. Yes.
Outside agencies. So, Madam Clerk, when you have it up, you can call up the first agency.
Okay, first, I have a motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Scott that the agenda for January 28, 2019 budget meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
And the first group are levy boards, and the first one that is present is Algoma Public Health. Dr. Marlene Sport, Medical Officer of Health and CEO, Dr. Jennifer Liu, Associate Medical Officer of Health, and Justin Pino, Chief Financial Officer, are in attendance.
Welcome to Council, Algoma Public Health.
Thank you for having us. Is this microphone on? You can hear us?
It is. That microphone's live.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for inviting us, and thank you for the timing of this particular meeting, because it works out that our budget has been approved this year and we have information to share with you.
Thank you.
I'm speaking briefly to introduce us, basically why we're here. Justin Pino will speak a little bit about the actual budget, and Jennifer will talk about public health return on investment. So why we're here, and just go on right on to the next one. We're part of a large organization. We supply services to the entire district of Algoma, but Sault Ste. Marie is actually about 2/3 of our population, and our main offices are here. Our main goal is that of improving the health and the health equity at the community level, and part of that health equity piece is about trying to get services to those individuals who have greater need than others in the community might. We also have a particular focus on upstream interventions. This is specifically different than that of the healthcare sector. We're trying to get at the root causes of some of the disease and prevent diseases and illnesses before they occur. And our services are actually mandated by legislation. The Health Protection and Promotion Act tells us which services we must deliver. We're funded, as you know, jointly by the province and the municipalities, all of the municipalities in the district. You know this piece of legislation. I noticed after we put the slide in here that you actually had it on your agenda, so we don't have to remind you that you're actually responsible for our entire budget, and the province has graciously said that they will pay for some of our particular costs. Traditionally, that's been about a 75 75 split, the province paying about 75% of the mandatory programs, municipalities picking up a little bit, 25% or slightly more. However, over the last decade, the province has introduced many very specific programs of which they are 100% funded. And so if you look at the entire public health budget, the ratio actually changes a bit depending on how you include that 100% funded money. And then not only do we receive money from you, but we want to commit to you that we use that money wisely, and we commit to our guiding principles of excellence, respect, accountability, transparency, and collaboration. Justin will talk a little bit now about the actual budget itself.
Thank you, Dr. Sprua. I'll now provide a breakdown of APH's budget and the municipal levy. APH's operating budget associated with public health programming is $14.7 million. Many public health programs are cost shared between the province and the municipalities. Some public health programs are 100% provincially funded. The municipal levy is only assessed on the cost shared portion of the $14.7 million with regards to public health programming. Of the $14.7 million, approximately $3 million is for 100% provincially funded programming. APH also offers non-public health programming and services, which amounts to an additional $7.5 million in funding. This funding is not subject to a municipal levy. The municipal portion of public health costs are apportioned amongst the 21 municipalities within the District of Algoma on a per capita basis using the most recent census data. For the District of Algoma, the municipal levy is $33.80 per person, or about 9 cents per day. The total 2019 public health levy amount for the corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie is slightly less than $2.5 million, or about 2% of the city's total municipal levy. This slide highlights the municipal levy changes over the years. From 2012 to 2019, the municipal levy increase averaged 2.145%. For the past 2 years, the Board of Health has decided to hold the increases to the municipal levy to 0.5% or less than cost of living increases. In reviewing the City of Sault Ste. Marie's 2019 preliminary budget, of the $1.19 million increase budgeted for levy boards and local board requirements, APH's 2019 levy increase of 0.5% equates to $12,338 of that amount. Algoma Public Health's municipal and provincial funding come from the same taxpayer. This slide highlights what it costs an Algoma resident to access public health programming and services through municipal and provincial tax dollars. The Board of Health believes the municipalities within the District of Algoma are receiving good value for public health programming and services. The City of Sault Ste. Marie has the added benefit of having APH's main offices located within the city, providing 140 employment opportunities. I'll now pass the floor over to Dr. Liu, who will highlight the return on investment public health provides.
Thanks, Justin. So now that we've given everyone a sense of how much we pay for public health, not just Sault Ste. Marie, but all of us as citizen taxpayers, I'd like to wrap up by giving everyone a sense of what we get back in our communities from public health and what I'll call public health return on investment. So there are 6 core functions that public health provides in every community. We do population health assessment and surveillance, which is really diagnosing and monitoring the health of our communities, emergency preparedness, and the 3 Ps of disease and injury prevention, health protection, and health promotion. So by this point, I hope all of you have come across our community health profile that was published in 2018 in September. If not, it's on our website. We also have some hard copies that we're happy to leave with you. This document is essentially a checkup of the health of our communities, one that we do periodically. It highlights the health priorities that we should be focused on in our communities. Public health also carries out surveillance where for specific issues, Specific issues, we do ongoing monitoring and surveillance, whether that's outbreaks in our institutions or in emerging issues like opioid poisonings. We work to share data with our local police and EMS so that we're all aware and can alert the public when there are spikes in these unfortunate poisonings. We're also engaged in emergency preparedness and public health, and oftentimes we collaborate with our municipalities. For example, Dr. Spruitt and I sat in and collaborated with a mock flooding exercise just recently at the end of last year with the city of Sault Ste. Marie. And public health is also engaged in outbreak management and pandemic preparedness. Outbreaks happen from time to time. We had a whooping cough outbreak, or pertussis, in Algoma in 2016. And so again, public health does engage in these pandemic preparedness activities. So public health is also about health protection. So for 34 cents a day, it means that we have a peace of mind that every time we turn on the tap or go for a dip in the local pool or beach, we know that the water is safe to drink and safe to swim in, because those are spaces that our public health inspectors are working with local operators to keep monitored and safe. For 34 cents a day, every time we go and get a tattoo put on, or our nails done, or our hair done, it means that, again, we know that those local business owners are following best practices in infection prevention and control, because our health inspectors are there providing that education during inspections. And my favorite, restaurants. There are over 800 food premises in the district of Algoma, of which nearly 300 are here in Sault Ste. Marie. And those are places where, again, for 34 cents a day, you have peace of mind entering and enjoying a meal with your friends and family. And it's not just about inspections. We also provide a lot of education. So, for example, over 600 people participated in APH's safe food handling course last year, nearly 500 of them in Sault Ste. Marie. So again, it's about that education piece that we provide as well, so that our food handlers are equipped to go back into the workforce with these skills. But please don't take my word for it. All of our inspection results are publicly posted online. They're accessible right there on the link provided, so please do check them out for yourself. So public health is also about health promotion, which is enabling people to increase power and control over their own health and improve their health. So that means that we are actually with our community members throughout the life course, whether it's preconception, providing services related to sexual health, family planning, prenatal services, breastfeeding services, home visiting with our PHNs. Last year, we established new school health teams where our oral health team and our public health nurses and our dietitian and our youth engagement coordinator are in our schools. Some of our services look a lot like healthcare, one-on-one, direct service delivery, just like giving immunizations. And the other thing to note is that public health is also about empowering people to adopt healthy lifestyles so that they're staying healthy when they're not in front of us. So, for example, staying active to keep our hearts healthy, our minds healthy, and taking simple steps to prevent injury, whether that's putting on a bike helmet or gearing up in wintertime to stay safe. And of course, healthy lifestyles need supportive environments, and this is an important ongoing component of public health work, where APH works with our communities, our workplaces, our planners, to create healthy spaces where we can live, work, and play. The Hub Trail in Sault Ste. Marie is a great example of a collaborative project that public health supported here in the Soo. So public health has been partners with our communities for a very long time. Sometimes our work is visible, like our smoking cessation campaigns. And other times you'll see us on emerging issues, whether it's cannabis impairment in the workplace, or whether it's a campaign to combat the stigma that our people still continue to face when trying to access services for substance use. But lastly, one of the least visible pieces of public health work, arguably one of the most powerful pieces of public health work, is when we are here to provide our expertise and support our decision makers, like this council, in building healthy public policy. Recent examples, updates to the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, and our staff providing city staff with the means and the evidence and the supports to update smoking bylaws. Again, recent example, the opt-out decision, and there are so many health considerations involved in both opting in and opting out in public health, being able to provide the evidence behind those public health decisions. So again, for 34 cents a day, I want to highlight that it's not just the boots on the ground services that public health provides, but also the supports to decision makers like this council in creating healthy public policy and support of healthy environments. So I just want to wrap up by emphasizing that public health interventions are not just cost effective, they're cost savings. Every $1 invested, for example, towards immunizing children for measles, mumps, and rubella saves $16 in healthcare costs. Every dollar invested toward tobacco prevention saves up to $20 in healthcare costs. And every dollar invested in early childhood development saves up to $9 in future health, social service, and justice service costs. So in summary, thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. We hope you have a good sense at this point of our budget with the document provided and also a whirlwind tour of our services. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for coming tonight. Just a quick question. You mentioned that, I think you said that you have the new school health teams in place. I'm always curious to see what else is going to be coming down for 2019, 2020. Any other new initiatives that are coming? Because I believe that health team is very effective in our schools.
Thank you. What's new in 2019? So I think with respect to our municipalities, you'll know that a lot of recent attention has been given to substances, particularly opioid poisonings, and certainly changes to legislation around tobacco, vaping products, cannabis. So we'll be doing ongoing work with our communities, municipalities, with our workplaces, in order to ensure that these organizations and communities have the appropriate policies, bylaws, as appropriate in place as is suitable for the community. With respect to locally, as you know, there have been ongoing new things in response to the opioid poisonings that we're seeing not just in this community but in others. And so, you know, that work continues to go apace. We're continuing to receive more data from provincial levels, and as we do that, we're coming right back to tables like the Sault Ste. Marie drug strategy in order to work with our partners and really develop sustainable responses on the go forward. I could go on, but I know you're pressed for time.
No, that's good. I'm glad you touched on those two areas. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions of council, thank you very much for your presentation tonight.
The second levy board is the Sault Ste. Marie Region Conservation Authority, and Rhonda Bateman, the General Manager, Secretary, Treasurer, is in attendance.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to Council. Thanks. Our mandate was established in 1946, although we weren't established till 1963, through the Conservation Authorities Act, and the mandate is conservation, restoration, and responsible management for land, water, and natural habitats, and balancing human and environmental needs. So through a 5-year strategic plan, we developed a new vision and mission statement in 2017. Healthy watersheds existing in a balance between the natural environment and human needs. And the mission statement is to protect, improve, and promote local watersheds through the delivery of resource management services and programs in cooperation with community partners. Community partners are extremely important to us to bring the community together to promote common goals. And this approach has results in an engaged community with focus on environmental needs. So as I said before, we were established under the Conservation Authorities Act through an order in council in 1963. We are 56 years young, so we are actually a baby boomer kind of growth. The Conservation Authorities Act was revised in 2018 and has a plethora of new regulations forthcoming. We're not sure when most of those are going to happen because we have a new government in place, and we're just waiting for that. But one of the major new initiatives under that Conservation Authorities Act was a new governance model, and that was approved by our board the end of last summer. And everyone had to have a new governance model in place. All of 36 conservation authorities had to have a new governance model in place before December 15th of last year. So our regulations for development are there as a public safety issue to protect residents from flooding and erosion hazards. And our conservation areas regulation is an outline of things, basically what can and can't do in conservation areas. Okay. Some of the works we do include flood prevention and maintenance. So we do flood channel maintenance, flood forecasting, dam operations and maintenance, and issue flood messaging. Flood control and maintenance is a large program at the Conservation Authority, and it's primarily operational in nature. It includes everything from cleaning, grass cutting, debris removal, dam operations, to ensure a flow of excess water during high precipitation events. Flood forecasting is a fulsome process. We use all kinds of data over periods of time. We do snow surveys twice a month during the winter time to give us a good idea of what conditions we have out there in the environment. And flood messaging is to outreach. That's our portion of the emergency response for the city. We're the preemptive part of the emergency response. Thank you. Some of the infrastructure and property that we have, this slide illustrates how diverse we are and how much infrastructure we actually have throughout Sault Ste. Marie. I had to revamp this slide because of the ward changes. So it was interesting to relook at the map with the ward boundary changes. So the East Avignon Channel was only in one ward before it's in, the Bennett West Avignon was in one, and now it's in wards 4 and 5, same with Central Creek. So that was quite interesting. And our conservation areas, we own or have easements over 5,000 acres of land in Sault Ste. Marie, or 2,000 hectares. Thank you. So some of our structures, you can see the Fort Creek Dam and the Clark Creek in the East and West Avignon channels. Portions of the West Avignon Channel received extensive rehabilitation over the past 2 years. With vegetation removal, channel cleaning, and bank stabilization. And the East Avignon was our priority works this year, and we did that sort of thing again, sediment and vegetation removal above second line, which is the photo on the top right. So some of the programs we offer and have participation in fall under those categories there. We coordinate the annual TD tree plant here in Sault Ste. Marie every September with the TD Bank volunteers and other community members to plant trees. We have a new forest management plan that began this year. And forest management at the Conservation Authority is a financially self-sustaining program, which is part of the Managed Forest Tax Incentive Program with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Our education outreach staff visit local elementary schools and deliver hands-on, water-based educational components that follow the provincial curriculum. Healthy Hikes is a Conservation Authority's initiative highlighting proven mental health benefits from spending time in the outdoors, and our conservation areas offer that opportunity to escape into nature. And we try and work with local outdoors groups and have guided tours as well for mostly birding at this point. We've recently signed a memorandum of understanding with Algoma University to encourage the use of CA properties by students and educators for research and teaching opportunities. We're developing an MOU with Sioux College at this present time as well. And the results of these agreements are an increase in science-based knowledge of the watershed. It can only help us moving forward in our programs to make good decisions. So our conservation areas, I'm sure everyone's been to one. We offer recreational opportunities for the residents of Sault Ste. Marie to enjoy. This time of year, everyone's out skiing in the Hiawatha Highlands and fat biking as well. We offer hiking and mountain biking. We have a public beach and a wetland, both at Marks Bay. The hiking trails throughout Fort Creek include a portion of the John Roswell Hub Trail, as everyone's been mentioning, and of course, wildlife viewing opportunities. As far as expenditures, most of our expenditures normally are wages and benefits, administration, and our operations. We have 8 staff members, and we managed to accomplish a great deal with very few staff. In an attempt to keep operational expenditures low, we only increased our expenditures by 0.44% this year. We tried to cut as best we can because we realize the provincial government is reviewing all of its programs, and we participate in 2 provincial programs, one with the MNR and one with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. And as the name suggests, conservation authorities have now been moved over to Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. So we don't know what's coming in the near future, and we've not been secured funding from the ministries yet, but that's not unusual for this time of year. So our revenue stream is split between municipal funding for Sault Ste. Marie and Prince Township. Sault Ste. Marie is the majority funder at 64%. Prince is a little less than 1%, and the province, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry has been at 17%, and we anticipate Ministry of the Environment at 13%. So we do have some self-generated funding through our regulation fees and grants whenever we're able. So our levy for 2019 is an increase of 2.9%, and that's basically just over $14,000. Our capital funding request, which is a separate, but I'll go into the budget at the same time, that would increase it to 5.09%. And I just did a quick per capita calculation, and we're about just over $6 a person. So I just throw this graph in to show that Sault Ste. Marie is a nice dark blue line. The funding from the city steadily increasing. Then we had quite a large increase, and now it's back to the lower, steadily increasing. And you can see the Ministry of the Environment funding for the drinking water program has decreased because the majority of the program work has been done, and there's just administration that goes on from now. Thank you. Again, we try and create efficiencies. We visit our regulatory fees every year, and we've increased those fees every year for the past 5 years, trying to generate more revenue and have a reflection of what the program actually costs. We complete a lot of infrastructure work in-house to keep our annual capital levy to the city at a minimum. And again, partnerships allow us to complete programs that we wouldn't normally be able to participate in. So we do a lot of in-kind. Oh, that is it. I just have a thank you on my own.
Oh, I apologize. My mind was somewhere else. Do you have any questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, your revenues chart, it's 2 or 3 slides back. I think you said you anticipate your MNR funding being at about 17% this year, your Ministry of Environment funding being at about 13%. Mm-hmm. Is that presuming no major changes, or is that presuming major changes?
Yeah, we finalized our budget in August, so at that point we weren't anticipating any major changes. If there are major changes, we will definitely be. I've been looking at what I need to do if we lost that funding.
Okay, and do you have an anticipated time frame within which you'll know about any major changes that come?
That's up to the provincial government at this point.
Okay, you haven't been advised that there's a time?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
No question. Just as far as your granting revenue, two sources that you might want to look at. The Whole Foods Foundation, they support a lot of children and youth going into nature and supporting watershed. And also Mountain Equipment Co-op, they have a private foundation. So just because they're not here, people don't think of them. But those would be two sources you could possibly look at for funding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other councillors? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Under Agenda Item 4.1, the Police Services Board, Chief Stevenson and Angela Davey, Finance Coordinator, are in attendance.
Welcome to Council, Chief. Ms. Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So we'll take you through our budget presentation. So as a high-level executive summary, a budget was approved by the Police Services Board on September 27th, 2018. That budget was expected to be 2.4% increase for 2019 over 2018. As a result of an agreement that we reached in the 11th hour with Prince Township that was leaving our contract, we've reduced that now to a budget increase of 1.7% over the 2018 budgeted amount. This leaves us with a budget for 2019 of $25,526,849. So the budget highlights for this coming year, we obviously are attempting to maintain a 0% increase. It's definitely a challenge. I've noted a couple issues up there. Fleet obviously increases as the cost of vehicles each year. Fuel, janitorial services, our tender was up about $5,000 from the previous year. Storage and data costs continue to increase as we obviously accumulate more data. And WSIB and sick leave issues continue at a constant rate is the best way to put it. But we want to remain a progressive police service, and we're looking at strategies as we did in last year's budget to minimize and ensure that we work towards that 0% increase for this year. In 2019, or actually it was in 2018, we looked to the future and we offered a number of retirement incentives to senior staff over 30 years to find savings through reduced salaries of replacement officers at lower rates of pay over the next 3 years and reduced training costs. There's two ways of looking at it. Reduced training costs, if we hire a direct entry officer or an experienced officer from another community, we take that officer at a first class if they're over 10 years, but we also save about $80,000 in training costs. That'd be coach officer costs as well as about $20,000 in courses. So although we are pursuing our 11 vacancies, we have 2 at OPC right now that are brand new. We're also going to be opening it up to experienced officers to come in to fill those 11 vacancies that we need to get filled before the summer. And obviously the summer is our high workload time period. So just an overview of our commitment to public safety. Obviously, everyone in this room and the communities in Northern Ontario are aware of the opioid abuse issue and the secondary offenses related to property that fuel this industry. As I became your chief in June 14th of 2018, we immediately initiated Project HEAT, and subsequent to that in the fall, Project CORE, and both of these initiatives were designed to take the mid-level drug distributor out of business. In the past 6 months, as you can see from the slide, we seized over 22 firearms, $350,000 in drug value seized, 50 accused parties, and 29 occurrences. And something that I haven't mentioned in the past is that we're also pursuing more serious charges related to drug dealing in relation to manslaughter. The issue is if people continue to put our citizens at risk, then we're going to look to criminal negligence charges related to manslaughter for their lack of a wanton or reckless disregard for the lives of others. There have been some charges laid in other communities, and we are looking for the appropriate test case to make that happen in the Sioux. If anything, what it does, it sends a message to drug dealers that it's not just selling drugs anymore. It's not just a commodity. You're taking people's lives at risk, and you're playing with that. And as your chief, I honestly want them to understand and hear this, that we will pursue much more aggressive, serious charges against you. So when we find that appropriate situation, obviously with knowledge and from a prosecution perspective, we'll certainly share that with you. In the last 6 months, we had the biggest heroin seizure in Sault Ste. Marie history at 150,000. Related to that, and you've seen it in the press, we've had 4 significant high-end fentanyl suppliers arrested and brought before the courts. From a targeting strategy, we have redirected our organization to deal with the organized crime that distributes opioids in our community. I've said many times that drug distribution is not the mom and pop store, it's absolutely organized crime. And we have a number of initiatives that I'll share with the board and council in time through this year that are very proactive, that are intelligence-based, and use technology to identify individuals related to the income associated with opioid distribution in this community. From a prevention perspective, we've increased our foot and bicycle patrol in populated areas in the downtown core. We've opened a drop-in police office at the Station Mall. We increase access and public exposure of our members, both civilian and uniform. We just recently, before Christmas, initiated a mandatory foot patrol for your good chief and constables all the way through the ranks. We will all continue to get out there, be seen in the community, and certainly become a greater deterrent for this type of activity in highly populated areas of our community. We worked with our partners, Algoma Public Health and other agencies, in educating and preventing opioid abuse and deaths. And finally, we continue to listen to our constituents, to you as councillors and mayor, and everyone in the community as to intelligence of where opioid distribution, organized crime occurs. So in relation to the final slide on budget, there are some uncontrollable or more challenging costs that we're all facing as organizations. Certainly a major incident. We had one homicide this year in the fall. Those type of incidents obviously are very labor intensive. We just had a riot in the jail over the past weekend. Thank goodness everything worked out. We have, like all institutions, staffing issues related to WSIB, long-term sickness. We also have to mitigate collective bargaining, and we are in a collective bargaining year where we're going to be mitigating that contract. The police services building maintenance, we were over budget by about $100,000, and that's simply related to the age of the building. There are significant costs related to the electrical and the HVAC systems. As a result of our last police service board meeting, we will have a subcommittee to look at some of those costs that are going into the building for long term and determine our future from there. Second last point, the cost of travel and training. Training is the backbone of a professional police organization. Our geography gives us pretty well a 3-hour radius from anywhere where we need to go to train, certainly outside of Sault Ste. Marie. And training is something that one has to stay on top of and keep your officers and your civilians at the top and peak of their service delivery to the community. And the final issue is technology. Some of our mobile data terminals in our cars are dated and need to be replaced. 2018, we had a virus attack, and we needed to spend money to upgrade our equipment and the labor costs in doing that. So that, folks, is a high-level sort of overview within my 10 minutes.
You did pretty good there, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any questions for the Chief? Okay. Chief, the one comment you made was that you were looking to try and get a zero increase, but just to be clear and for the general public's purpose, we did not have a zero increase on this year's police service budget, correct? What was the increase this year? Was it 2.4, if I remember correctly, or in that neighborhood?
Yeah, we got down to 2.7, and then it was, 1.7. Sorry, and then down to 1, sorry, just give me just a sec here.
1.7?
Yeah, 1.7. So it was 2.4. We got it down to 1.7.
Okay. So, Chief, there's no questions for you. We know you're doing a lot of good work up there at the Sault Ste. Marie Police Services, and we fully expect you'll keep on that, and we thank you for it.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Under agenda item 4.2, the Public Library Board, Matthew McDonald, acting CEO and Director of Public Libraries, is in attendance.
Welcome to Council, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Am I on the next slide here?
I would think Frank would be able to help you with that.
All right, thanks.
There you go.
Perfect. So I'm the acting director at the public library. I've been there as an acting director for about 13 months. And I'm going to start off by kind of talking to you about what your grant money pays for. And I'm going to hit you with some hard numbers first off. We have over 18,000 library members. Over 325 visits to our library locations.
325,000 visits.
Yeah, 1,000. 5 major community events. So those are like cultural days where we work with partners such as the Art Gallery. We worked with the Bush Plane Museum in the past. We also have major events that we create ourselves. So we have our Boomers and Beyond program, which is an event for seniors, and we have an all-day event. We have speakers come in. We have different activities. This fall, we had our first author event, author festival, in which we had 20 local authors actually come in attendance. So there's all kinds of cultural activities that we're involved in. And if you look, we had over 23,000 people attend 946 programs in the year. We have more programs happening than there are days in the year by far. And those programs vary. We have them for the youngest to the oldest. Our early literacy programs have wait lists, so much so that we could actually fill 3 programs if we had enough staff and rooms available to actually offer those. And people aren't just visiting our physical locations, they're also visiting our website. We do offer quite a service online as well. So people come in for our physical books, but we also have quite a collection online through our Overdrive service. We have databases, and people are coming on to our website for that. And we've also started tracking our social media impressions. That shows you that our community really is engaging with us, with over 467,000 social media impressions. You can see we have quite a few searches through our public access catalog, and over 500,000 items being checked out or renewed through the library. And just to give you a sense of how that compares to our digital, it's about 65,000 for a digital download. So that's ebooks, audiobooks that you can download and listen to on your phone, or e-magazines. And that shows you that the physical items are not going out of style. Digital downloads we see in the industry have kind of plateaued, and they really complement the physical items that we have. So I like to say that our books and our DVDs and our audiobooks and all those are our bread and butter, and our jam is the digital content that we offer. Another important service that we offer is access to computers. So there are a number of citizens in Sault Ste. Marie who are disadvantaged and are unable to afford their own computers, don't have the money to pay for monthly internet bills, and so we do offer services for them, which is really important for our community because so many online forums from various levels of government are there, and they're no longer physical in a lot of cases. So just the other day, I had a gentleman come in and say, "My computer broke. I have to fill out this form. I can't get a physical copy of it. Can you help us out?" And we were able to. And we also find that we're being used quite a bit even when we're closed. We have free Wi-Fi, and sometimes even after hours, we'll see a few people pop in off the hub trail or just park and do a quick email check. We have a number of databases, and those databases are used primarily for doing research, a lot of homework help kind of stuff, trying to answer various questions related to essays and projects. And then over 62,000 reference questions answered, and that's another big service. We are an information provider in this city. So moving on, here is our budget for revenue. And as you can see, our municipal grant, it seems like a very large increase at 16.89%. But when you actually compare it to a year when we had 3 locations, that difference is actually 5.3% more than in 2016 when we were operating the Churchill branch. This year, we will be opening the North branch. So I think it's a fair comparison to compare to 2016 than it is to 2018 in terms of the money that would be required to operate. And then also a reminder to council that we had a 0% increase last year as well. So 5.3% seems quite reasonable. And then we come to sorry, there seems to be a slide missing. Then we come to expenditures, and we show a balanced budget. Moving on to the next slide, we have a breakdown of why we're asking for this increase. So we're looking at 280,000 put back into the budget basically from when Churchill was closed. That was money that was needed for operating a third location. We will need that money amount again to operate. We're also including a 2.2% inflation as set out by the city. And then we have an additional request of 85,000 for operations, and that comes primarily from the North Branch. There is an increase of about 78,000 for the rent compared to that of Churchill, and that actually comes from a construction cost capital fee. Unfortunately, we haven't received any grants to reduce that fee at this time. However, we do have a grant application in for a cultural spaces fund. Unfortunately, it would not cover the entire 786,000. It would cover a portion of it, and the first 100,000 would be used for compact shelving for our archive facility, and the rest would go to reducing that annual capital fee. That capital fee will be for 10 years. And after that 10-year term, it would end, and it would just be the regular rent from then on. And then there's also a slight increase also for collections. Looking back at our collection budget for Churchill, it wouldn't be adequate to fund the collections required for the new space, because the new space is actually much larger than the previous one. Okay. And this is a slide of my expenditures, and you can see that primarily the expenditures are going to be around the salaries and benefits. That's about 5/6 of the budget. And then the next largest portion will be operating, and a big portion of that, you'll see an increase of, 55.62%. That is the increase due to the rent for the North Branch. Now, we're really excited about this North Branch. I like to say that it's not a replacement for Churchill. It's actually going to be something brand new. I've provided the architect's sketch here, preliminary sketch, and the revenue and expenditures that we're expecting for this location. Now, this budget is more than what Churchill would have been, but you also have to take into consideration the space is almost 3 times as large, and we're offering pretty much a new service with the archive facility. Right now, archives are located in several different rooms at the Centennial Library that are not properly maintaining them because of it's not climate controlled. It's difficult to control the humidity and the moisture in all these various rooms. So this will be almost a brand new service. This archive will have a proper treatment room. It will have a viewing room, which we don't currently have, as well as storage space. In addition, this branch will have 2 programming rooms, something that the Cora branch did not have and something that the Churchill branch did not have, which will enable us to expand our programming and services. And then a much larger area for collections and general use. So with the new branch, there comes a lot of expenses in terms of even opening it up. And we're requesting the use of up to $200,000 from the library's capital reserve for one-time costs primarily related to the opening of the North Branch. We're looking at the furniture, equipment, IT, moving expenses, signage. We'll have to put tenders out. It seems like a lot. We are raising funds currently. We have a fundraising campaign in which we have raised a good amount. We hope to raise more. And I'm confident that we would not have to use we wouldn't have to use the $200,000, but we would like to ask for up to $200,000, just kind of as a safety net to make sure that when we operate and open this new branch, it is what it needs to be. We don't want to open up a branch with no new books on it. We want to open it up. We want to have the technology that you would find in a new modern library with all the services that you would come to expect in a brand new branch. And then to kind of end my presentation, I wanted to let council know that it is a good return on investment. For every $1 invested in the library, based on 2017's calculations, you get a $3.18 return on social return on investment. And I think that's a pretty good value.
Thank you. Questions? We have Councillor Shoemaker on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. McDonald. You had compared the budget increase here from 2018 to 2019 with the caveat that it's actually only, I think you said about 5% more when compared to the 2016 budget where you had 3 branches. But my recollection was, and I went back and checked, that when we consolidated the library branches into the northern branch, it was a consolidation essentially of the Cora branch and the Churchill branch into the northern branch. And we asked that an appropriate presence be maintained at the Northern Community Center to support senior and youth programming there. So how or why would we be now increasing it to, compared to when you operated 3 full branches to now operating 2 full branches and a place in the West End to support child and senior servicing that's done there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Shoemaker. The budget was built on the assumption that there would be 3 locations. I am just kind of brought into the project late, so my understanding from the board was that the intention was to have the 3 locations. Now, I have not reviewed that motion from previous council meetings. But I think we'll be going back to sometime in 2016. I was in a very different role at that time, but it's something that I can definitely go back and take a look at and make sure that we are doing as council has directed.
Yeah, because I think it makes a material difference, obviously, in the budget request. So that's my only question.
Okay. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Matthew. Just 2 questions. The provincial grant that you have in the budget line for 2019, just over $373,000. I know the way everyone is right now with provincial grants. Has that been confirmed or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. It hasn't been confirmed. However, the grant is standard on what we've had in past practice for well over a decade. And the FOPL, which is the Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, has really been pushing for an increase. They had made an announcement of an increase last year, and then the government changed. So right now we're anticipating just status quo.
And you'll know April 1, probably, or March?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't have a date for that.
Okay, and my other question relates to the North Branch budget. So you have under operating expense just over $225,000 for the North Branch.
For the North Branch?
Yeah. So I'm on your slide 8.
Yep.
And there's a note that there is a $78,612 annual capital fee for a 10-year term.
Correct.
So is that leasehold improvements and that sort of thing? That's part of that?
So the agreement, license agreement with the school board is to pay the rent. Just a sec, I have the license.
Sure.
So, and we are getting a great deal. It's been great working with the school board. They have provided $713,876 towards the construction of the library themselves, and the project is estimated $1.5 million.
Okay.
So we're going to be contributing $786,124. And initially, the previous director thought that the Cultural Spaces Fund would pay for that entire amount. It will not.
No.
The amount can be partially covered by a Cultural Spaces Fund, and I have the application in, and I have been talking with the Ministry of Heritage. At most, we're looking at $226,000.
Yeah.
because the library services do not fall under the mandate of the Ministry of Heritage.
No, they don't.
However, preservation and archives do.
So you can get that portion funded.
Yeah. So we're trying to get the portion of the archives funded, and I had to go through a bit of a process to figure out what that would be. And as I said earlier, the first 100,000 would be put towards compact shelving, so that we can utilize that space and put as much as we can in there. The rest would, besides about 8,000 for public art, the rest would go to paying down this capital fee.
Okay, so that $225,000 annual operating expense, does that include that $78,000 of
Yes,
the annual capital fee?
it would.
Okay, that's why I just wanted clarification, that it's not 225 plus the additional 78,000.
No, and included in that would be other things like snow removal. That's part of the contract as well.
No.
So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Mr. McDonald, you just tightly spoke on fundraising. How much fundraising has occurred? How much money has been brought in by the library?
By the library so far, we've received just over 65,000. We received a very large donation from a private donor who asked to remain anonymous at this time.
Was there a target number?
Our target was 100,000, which is below what we require to open the branch, but we thought it would be a reasonable ask of the community.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Appreciate your attendance.
Under agenda item 5.1, Algoma University, Asma Vesna, President and Vice Chancellor, and Brent Krampadich, Director of Enrollment Management and International Operations are present. Robert Battisti is not able to be in attendance tonight.
Welcome to council, President Vesna.
Thank you.
Brent.
Thank you so much, and good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the time and the invitation to speak with council this evening. As per years past, we are submitting a request this evening for funding from the City of Sault Ste. Marie. This year's request does have a little change recommended in terms of how we use that funding. So I will introduce Brent Krampadich. He's the Director of Marketing and Recruitment. He's overseeing our strategic enrollment management strategy. And as mentioned, our VP Finance and Operations is ill this evening, but Rob Battisti sends his regrets.
Perfect. So tonight, Ozma's going to give you a bit of background information on the university. I think most of you are in the loop on what we've been up to, but she'll bring you up to speed. I'm going to talk a little bit about the city funding and the impact it's got on what we're doing at the university. And then Ozma will close with some key initiatives taking place at the university.
So just a quick reminder of the university's background and mandate. As you know, we had our 10-year anniversary last year in which we were celebrating our independence. And so with respect to universities in Canada, I think it's really important that people understand that we're a relatively young organization. We've only had our independence as a university for about 11, 12 years. So we're continuing to evolve, but right now our mandate as a university is particularly focused on being a teaching-oriented university that provides programming in the liberal arts, sciences, and professional programs, and we have a fairly specific focus on supporting the needs of our Aboriginal communities, given the unique history of our site. Is that me? Sorry. So we've been thinking a lot about the annual contribution that the city's been making over the course of the last several years, and we wanted to remind you of what you've been contributing and how we've been using it, and then we'd like to suggest or recommend a change to how we're using it. So in the past, the city funded Algoma University annually at about $40,000. 20 went into local scholarships, an amount of $2,000 each, and were given to local students who were choosing to stay and study locally at the university. These scholarships are renewable for up to 3 years. The other 20 was going into a library licensing fee, which at the time was really important because we were trying to expand library resources to our students. We've since made the decision to operationalize that licensing fee, and what we'd like to suggest instead is that we align that $20,000 to Future Sault Ste. Marie and some of the priorities that are coming through there, and really focus on using the second half of that funding for international recruitment. So we would have a local focus, keep students in the city, and also an international focus and expand our outreach to some of the international markets using the other 20,000.
So to sum up, I think what Ozma was saying is really it's going to help us to fund growth at the university. And we've got a really aggressive growth plan at Algoma right now. We're hoping to grow our enrollment to 3,000 students by 2025. Now, this is coming on the heels of around 4 years of enrollment decline. This year, excitingly, was the first year we've seen growth. So I'll get into the details on the next slide, but our enrollment grew by 12% this year at the university. We're coming out of the decline 2 years ahead of when we projected 3 or 4 years ago. And really, I mean, the growth is built on, we think we've got a sound strategy to get us there. We're really focusing our recruitment and marketing initiatives on high growth potential program areas. Ozma can touch on some of them, but the recently launched School of Business and Economics, our soon-to-be-launched School of Life Sciences and the Environment, and the Computer Technology and Information Technology programs, and on high-growth potential populations. So we're still very focused on attracting as many local students as we can, but we've had lots and lots of success recruiting students from outside of the region, and those are students who live in the Greater Toronto area. Those are students who are coming from, we had students from 22 different countries arrive on our campus in January this year. College students, so we think we've got a real potential to grow the diploma to degree population. And then the Anishinaabe population, which there are tons of reasons for them to come study at Algoma, and we're finding out that when they get there, they really like it. So in terms of, why are we confident that we're going to get there? Number one, enrollment grew by 12% this year. As recently as last January, we were projecting another decline, and then a lot of the initiatives that we put in place have led to a 12% growth. We had a record January intake at the university this month. We had close to 300 new students arrive to study at Algoma University this January. A typical year at Algoma would see less than 100 students. Maybe not typical anymore, but historically less than 100 students, and we're looking for the same kind of intake in the spring and a very, very big intake in September. And I think we're excited to say that it's not any one population. It's almost all of the populations are choosing to study with us. A stat that we're very proud of a couple of weeks ago was the deadline for Ontario secondary school students to apply to universities in the province. For the second year in a row, Algoma University was the top university in the province for percentage increase in those applications. So we had a 34.5% increase in increase in applications for Ontario secondary school students. And a lot of that growth is coming from places that we spend a lot of time recruiting and marketing, like the GTA. But I think we're also very proud of the fact that for the second year in a row, more local students chose Algoma University. And this is amongst a declining pool, right? Like less students are graduating, more and more of them are choosing to come and study at Algoma University. And I think, the scholarships that you help fund are playing a part in that. But the program development and a lot of the other things we're doing here are having a big role to play in that as well.
And we want to thank the city as well for their support of the university, not only financially, but in everything that you're doing to get behind the college and the university and the higher education sector. It's making a difference. I think people are talking about the importance of the university and the college and what they're contributing to the social and economic development of the city, and we're hearing a real change in the dialogue out there, and I think that's really important as well. So when we talk about aligning to Future Sault Ste. Marie, obviously our budget is also, and some of the visioning that we're doing right now, we're really thinking about Future Sault Ste. Marie and what that means for us. In terms of the funding that you're providing right now, we think it'll will help to do a few things. It aligns with the promotion work that you're doing around Sault Ste. Marie as a destination city. It also will reinforce our commitment to economic and community development. We'll be trying to break into a couple of new markets with this funding, continuing to look at building our labor force in partnership, growing the post-secondary institutions, inviting new immigration and welcoming more newcomers to our city, and advancing our Indigenous relationships. Just wanted to, while we were up here, share a little bit of the work that we're doing in terms of advancement, just so you have a sense of where we're going over the next little while. We are currently under renovation in Brampton and doing a fairly extensive 6,000 square foot renovation there. We are getting ready to renovate an area of the school at Algoma. And we've got a number of proposals being written and submitted to FedNor and NOHFC. And other funding agencies for a fairly extensive renovation on our campus to make room for the School of Business and Economics on the Algoma campus. And Brent's talked to some of the other areas. The school, the Sciences program is really looking to launch a School of Life Science and the Environment. They're getting more into, they want to expand their programming to put a real focus on health sciences and really working to build an environmental sciences programming side as well. They're also in process of going through to include a master's program as part of the sciences offering. The School of Business is also looking at master's level programming in business across Northern Ontario and also on the Brampton campus. And our computer science, we're looking at different specializations, so expanding the type of programming we're doing there to include some other areas for focus. You'll see RFP going out soon for a fairly formalized economic impact study. We'll be using that economic impact study in some of our proposals and grants that we'll be applying for. And we're also in the process of developing a campus master plan, which will be a bit of a roadmap for us now for the next 7 to 10 years. And one other thing we wanted to just share with you is that we will be hosting Universities Canada National Reconciliation Forum in October 2019 as part of our goal of being a national leader in reconciliation. We invite the city to be part of that special event. We think that that really could position Sault Ste. Marie very, very well in terms of national leadership. That's it. So we're happy to take questions. We were told 5 minutes. So
I don't have a question for you, but I do want to just thank you for your leadership and on the university specifically as a whole. It is an essential, important part of our community's future. I want to acknowledge that. But in all of our research and all of our efforts in community development, one of the things that we really came to realize is we're not going to get anywhere unless we align. So seeing the university looking at what the community at large is trying to do and align its efforts with that is really heartening and really important. So I want to thank you for your leadership in that respect.
Thanks very much.
We'll take any questions that any of the councillors might have. Councillor Gardy.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the presentation. You had referenced programming. I just had one question. Algoma has the engineering pathway with the Laurentian University where you can study, I think, math, physics, or maybe math, physics, and chemistry maybe in the first year, and then transfer over to Laurentian to choose mining engineering or chemical engineering or mechanical. Is there any thought, or have there been any talks to further develop out that program over the course of the next several years?
Yeah, certainly we value the partnership with Laurentian. It's been a really strong partnership. But we also, as we look at program enhancements on our campus and moving into the next decade of programming, we'd like to see some aspect of engineering programming right on our campus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, Councillor Hilsinger, go ahead.
Alignment part, all I wanted to say was not only have you identified how to align, but you're taking the steps and you're acting on it. And you all there are to be commended for your bravery and your ingenuity, and you're thinking outside the box and really making a mark on the community. And I'm very excited to see where this is going to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Agenda item 5.2, Sault Ste. Marie Museum. Julia Piskevich, Director, Curators in attendance.
Welcome to council, Ms. Piskevich.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Provenzano and members of council. For those of you that don't know me, I am the Director Curator of the Sault Ste. Marie Museum. And tonight I am also accompanied by members of our Board of Directors. Mr. Alan Hackett, President of our board, Mr. Nevin Bukonjic, Vice President, the Commanding Officer of the 49th Field Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Lance Knox, and Mr. Bruce Pierce, representing the Regimental Senate on our board. So a little bit of background on the Sault Ste. Marie Museum. The Sault Ste. Marie Museum is operated by the Sault Ste. Marie and 49th Field Regiment, RCA Historical Society, a nonprofit charitable organization with a mandate to collect, preserve, study, and exhibit artifacts and archival materials which illustrate the history of the people and the development of Sault Ste. Marie and immediate surrounding areas, as well as to foster a better understanding of our local heritage and the ways in which local history relates to provincial and national history. The Sault Ste. Marie and 49th Field Regiment RCA Historical Society is one of the only historical societies in our city registered with the Ontario Historical Society. In the 1980s, an operating agreement was struck between our historical society and the Corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie for the use of the city-owned old post office heritage building by the Historical Society to run the Sault Ste. Marie Museum on behalf of the city. The agreement was recently re-signed for another 10 years in August 2018. The Sault Ste. Marie Museum is a repository for Sault Ste. Marie history. We have over 50,000 artifacts and over 300,000 paper and digitized archival items. We have 3 floors of rotating exhibitions. Our Durham Gallery rotates every 3 to 4 months, and our permanent galleries rotate every 5 to 8 years. We are an important resource for our community members, tourists, and visitors to Sault Ste. Marie. In 2018, we had a very busy year. We provided a number of services to our community as well as value. We operate an archive where we take weekly research requests. We are currently accepting new donations to our collection, and rotating all of our exhibits. We have acquired a new museum standards approved museum database. We hosted a number of events, including exhibit openings, tea and scones, free admission days, hosting the CHO conference, Halloween and Christmas movies, as well as we had the opportunity to host the executive and new CEO of the Ontario Trillium Foundation on her Northern tour. We also started new programming initiatives for March break and summer programming. We updated our outreach and education department with a new discovery gallery, as well as a revamped education studio. We updated our first floor with new floors, new exhibit cases, and new modular walls. We were successful in a number of grant applications. We hosted and initiated a number of outreach exhibitions at Station Mall, as well as the new Sioux Greyhounds Phase 1 exhibit at GFL Memorial Gardens. We are the home to Algoma Weavers Guild, which was displaced by the closure of the Steelton Senior Center, as well as the Art Speak program after their funding was cut. Well, they were unsuccessful for funding from the Ontario Trillium Foundation. We've also done a number of partnerships with our community members, which allowed us to begin new initiatives in programming, exhibitions, where our biggest exhibition this year was the 100th Anniversary Rotary Club exhibition this summer. We digitized a number of archival items from a number of community partners, as well as offered an opportunity to youth to gain their volunteer hours. We also partnered with the North Shore Cultural Attractions Network to bring professional development to the arts and culture institutions in town. And most importantly, we partnered with Remember When, which is actually a Facebook group that collects artifacts from the region. And it has allowed us to put together our current 19th century rail history exhibit that features the Nip and Tuck, which ran around Bruce Mines. So outside of our great accomplishments this year, we do have some needed TLC at the museum. We currently have 2 HVAC units that are not working since 2016, which puts into jeopardy our curatorial collection and exhibition museum standards. We have 1 AC unit that hasn't been working since 2017 that caters to the entire building. It makes it very difficult for us to run programming during the summer, as the building is not insulated, so it does get very hot. We also have a severely damaged accessibility ramp, which makes it difficult for all of our senior partners to come into the building and access the old post office building. We also have 1 HVAC unit that is hanging on. It's still functioning quite well, but it is jeopardizing our curatorial and exhibition museum standards, as well as our 5-year traveling exhibition schedule for visiting exhibitions. In 2018, we had 2 full-time staff. That includes the director curator, as well as 1 other staff who fills the position of assistant curator, as well as museum services staff. We do have 1 part-time staff, our design associate, which allowed us to redesign our logos for the Sault Ste. Marie Museum, which you'll see on the bottom of all of our slides. On an as-needed basis, as museum revenue and available grants permit, we have the opportunity of hiring more contract and grant staff, bring in interns, as well as we have 23 very dedicated volunteers at the museum, which this year completed a total of 4,335 hours. Moving forward, we do have a number of projects that we would like to complete. We would like to update a number of our exhibition panels and labeling throughout the museum. We would like to continue to update our exhibition cases to match the ones that will be housed and used on the first floor. We are in dire need of updating our track lighting in order to meet Lux and UV level standards for all galleries, as well as updating our museum signage to meet AODA and accessibility standards. And in order to grow our capacity, we also require rolling compression storage, as currently our storage at the museum is at 90% full. And since we are still accepting donations, we would like to remedy that by acquiring compression storage, which will let us reduce our storage capabilities to 65% full. We also are in need of initiating an overhaul project for our curatorial department, which will be in parallel with the acquisition of our new museum database, as well as increase activity in our outreach and education department. I'm sure all of you had a chance to review our breakdown. The only big change that we saw this year was that we applied for more project and staff grants, which allowed us to offset a number of our expenses. We did get a substantial capital grant this year, as well as we acquired just over $10,000 for staffing grants for the summer. All in all, we did pretty well. This is our projected financial position. Our audit has not happened yet, as our year ended as of December 31st, but we are projecting a surplus of just around $6,000. All in all, we are seeking an increase of $68,909 to further affect change within our community and open possibilities for revenue-producing activities and events by hiring more staff, including a full-time permanent education and outreach officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take other comments or questions, I want to recognize the good work that you're doing at the museum. I also want to recognize the museum's budget has been very static for a long number of years. I've said a number of times we need to help the museum. I believe that. And as we go into this budget cycle, I'll look to support it myself. I can't speak for the rest of the council, but I do think it's something that we need to invest in. So I want to recognize the good work you're doing there and thank you for it.
Thank you very much.
Councillors, do we have Councillor Shoemaker?
My question was along the lines of your comment, and perhaps, I don't know if it's to Julia or to our financial staff maybe. In the last couple of years, I think we've increased our municipal grant to the Bush Plane and the Art Gallery.
We have.
Have we increased it to the museum?
We have not.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the museum? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Under agenda item 5.3, Safe Communities Partnership, Jennifer Rose, Regional Manager of Algoma Power, is in attendance. I understand that Judy Ritzo is not able to attend.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I have the privilege tonight to go over the update for the Safe Community Partnership. So briefly here, the Safe Community Partnership was established in 1999 and then recognized in the 2000s as a not-for-profit. And then in 2002, the City Council recognized the Safe Community Partnership to be an umbrella organization for the city to look at injury prevention and ultimately to deliver on the mandate for the Safe Community Partnership, which is ultimately to make Sault Ste. Marie the #1 community to be free of injury, both at work, in people's lives, outside of work, and within the community at large. So the Sault Safe Community Partnership does this by being involved with initiatives throughout the community, the events and community subcommittees that are part of our area. And I do want to make sure that I cover off some of the needs when it comes to injury prevention. That injuries within Canada, when we look at ages 1 to 44, injuries are often the leading cause when it comes to death for Canadians. And of course that has a huge impact on friends and families and the community at large. And when you look at a lot of the accidents that are out there, that all accidents are preventable. So there's information showing that over 90% of them, injuries are, you can predict them and then therefore you can prevent them. So one of the ways in which we work as a committee and as a board is to look at the initiatives out there that we can be involved with, from supporting them through partnerships, getting into organizing, scheduling, events and initiatives, and then also helping these subcommittees fill out grants and applications to secure ongoing funding. In 2019, we had quite a successful year with the involvement of these subcommittees. So we participated in over 20 events, and in those events we probably had impact on over 2,700 individuals that were able to attend those events. So you'll see some of them, and they range from all age groups to kids when we have our bike rodeos and kids safety days, to the seniors when it comes into concussion prevention and slips and falls that you would have there with the senior organizations. And of course, working with our local businesses and looking at how we can service them better from being members within the Sault Safe communities. As you know, and we're very appreciative of the annual contribution that the city does provide to Safe Community Partnerships. So the funding that the city does provide is the $40,000, as well as, I'll get into the next slide. You can see the breakdown of our revenues at large here. So just over $9,000 with community sponsorships, just almost $5,000 with the training program that we're able to provide to businesses, $1,500 in community donations, and then with the grants, in addition to the $40,000 being received from the city, we also do receive other grants from the Ministry of Transportation, Electrical Awareness, and then the Cross Safe Rail Safety Program. Next slide here, and it is looking at our performance in 2018. We did have a deficit that we were anticipating, and the SSO is the standardized safety orientation. So we are looking at providing better benefit to that standardized program that we have. This year in 2019, we're reaching out to businesses with a questionnaire to understand how a membership to a Safe Community Partnership can better serve them. And what we're looking at with businesses is small, medium, and large employers, and then also different aspects that we can utilize with networking between the businesses, such as training programs. We did run the deficit, but it hasn't affected our bottom line, as we've had a surplus in previous years. So that is the update on Sault Safe Community Prevention.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Yes. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you so much. I do notice in your budget projection that you're projecting a just over $7,500 deficit for the end of the year. Do you still have surpluses to take care of that?
Yes.
I've been doing nonprofit work for a long time, and I've seen organizations run into problems, and I think the work that you do is good. So I would not like to see things like close or that sort of thing. So is there a plan for that deficit? Is there a surplus still?
Yes, there is a surplus, and that is taking on this year. It's the right time for us to do. So the board is going around to different business units, businesses, the small, medium, and large,
for the memberships.
Yeah. So part of it is promoting the membership because we feel that just the membership itself would create more revenue, but also how can we enhance it? So we're asking both of those.
Right. And I also noticed you still have some restricted funds in your financial statements. Are those still restricted? Were they designated for a specific purpose, or were they a granting revenue, or?
I'm not sure.
It's like 7,500 and restricted.
Might be a takeaway from me.
It must be. It's probably a grant that's for a specific.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
It's for specific partners.
Right.
So we can't, as a board,
No.
take the money out of there. So
No.
if it's for elder abuse or if it's for a child's programming, then it's
You can.
restricted to for that specific thing.
Right. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 5.4, the Art Gallery of Algoma. Mark Lepore, President, and Yasmina Jovanovic, Executive Director, are in attendance.
Good evening, Mr. Acting Mayor and members of council. For those that don't recognize me or know me, my name is Mark Lepore. I'm the president of the board of the Art Gallery of Algoma. You have our presentation. We're certainly not going to intend to go through all of those slides. This will be a brief 5-minute presentation with some of the main highlights. I'd like to start off by thanking council for its continued support of the Art Gallery. Certainly with council support, the city's support, we've managed to survive yet another year, which I would say we've done so successfully, although not without its challenges and so on and so forth. There really are two ongoing issues that we continue to face, and generally the main issue is our building. Our building's over 40 years old. It's in a deteriorating condition, and although we have had significant updates to the, for example, the HVAC system, last year we suffered a blow when the, I think it's the western wall or the eastern outside wall is needing full replacement, to be honest with you. So luckily, with the support of some generous members of the gallery, financial support and otherwise, we've been able to get through that issue, at least in terms of a temporary fix. Our Class A designation is at risk because of the state of the building. It always has been, it continues to be, but we have done our best through the important work of our executive director, support of the board, to continue to trudge ahead, I guess. Our building continuously has issues as a result of its age and lack of capital investment because we haven't had the funds to do so. Over the next few years, the repair costs will continue to escalate, which will take away from exhibitions and programming in two general fashions. First of all, we don't have the funds to hire adequate professional staff. Our staff is overworked. And secondly, being able to borrow works from other galleries, which is essential to the programming that we're able to offer, is at risk. We cannot expect any kind of blockbuster exhibition with the building in its current state. Everything comes down to funding. The existing funding is extremely important to the stability of our organization and to the gallery generally. We're doing our best to raise funds, but challenges permit certain strains on the gallery, especially when we have challenges that are of an unexpected nature. I'm going to pass it along to Yasmina, who'll have a few other words to add.
Well, I would like to first say good evening, everyone, and thank you for ongoing support of the Art Gallery. I would also like to start off by saying that we really appreciate the movement that is happening in our community and recognition of the importance and the value that arts and culture add to any healthy community. So we really appreciate what Future SSM is doing, and we feel very lucky and fortunate to be included in that. So having said that, we try our best, as Mark pointed out, to basically deal with issues as they come and still try to provide programming and exhibitions the best we can. So, for example, last year, our building issues that were completely unforeseen for us kind of put on hold a lot of programming and exhibitions that was planned. However, we managed to have still a successful year, and last minute in partnership with the Algoma Fall Festival, to present a Group of 7 exhibition as not entirely as we planned a year before, because it was done last minute, but it was still there. So it was better than nothing. I would also like to point out that we have a couple of growing and more and more, it seems, popular community-based exhibitions. One is the Winter Festival of Art, which is opening, and I invite you all to attend the opening on February 8th. This year we have 105 entries, so 105 people. Everybody is allowed to submit one piece, so 105 pieces. And it's going to be a very big opening. So please come, 7 o'clock, Friday, February 8th. And the second one that's growing in popularity is Art in Bloom. So that event was very successful, and some of you helped very much with making it a success last year. So we expect the same success this year in April. So those are, I would say, highlights in terms of community-based projects. We continue to offer art classes to all age groups, work with tourism, have tourists from all over the world pretty much visiting the gallery. And as I said, despite of all the challenges, we try to do our best. And the highlight, I guess, for this year, we are hopeful, if everything stays at least as is, that we will be able to present, in addition to this Winter Festival and Art in Bloom, we are planning to do, again in partnership with Algoma Fall Festival, something new and different, a projection of digital images by Norval Morisseau, and that should be something new and not shown in the community before. So, once again, thank you. We are not asking for any increase. We are trying to raise money. We are fortunate to have the support of our members. So in 2017 and 2018, we received a lot of private donations and sponsorships as well. So we are trying to be as self-sufficient as we can, but it does have challenges, especially when the time and the resources are pulled away from all of that to deal with the building, which seems to be on and on and on. So anyway, thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from Councillor Gardy?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Through you to our presenters. Under outstanding building projects, you had referenced accessibility issues that need to be addressed.
Yes.
And forgive me if I missed it, but would you be able to shed a little light on what some of those are, please?
Well, number one, when you are entering the building, there is, and we receive those complaints from our visitors who have who are in wheelchairs or have other walkers or whatever, there is a raised, not really a step, but there is enough of the raise that presents a challenge for them at the very front. If you want to utilize any other spaces in the building, there are some issues with the doors and the uneven floors. So that type of thing. If we are by any chance expanding the building, then all of those issues, I would hope, would be addressed.
Thank you.
Councillor Vezuelen.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Christian. Thank you very much for coming. I'm a proud art gallery member, always have been. Just looking at your budget, and certainly I understand the struggles of the not-for-profit industry right now, and I think everyone's very concerned because funding isn't really seem to be out there right now, especially with the reduction with Trillium Foundation. So, and also looking for innovation in your practices. So when I take a look at the art gallery shop, in the financials that you presented, your expenses were $23,197,000, and your revenues were just over $5,000. So in looking at that model, of those expenses, is that inventory, is that staffing, like what?
No, that is consignment. Because we sell, most of our inventory is by local artists and craftspeople, and they get paid.
So it's so then what is the split?
It's 40-60. We get 40%.
And you do have some inventory there that I know
yes,
that's not.
Yes, we do have some inventory, but majority is on consignment. And also our members get 10% off, so we don't really get 40%.
Yeah.
And also we have sales for members quite a few times a year when it is 20%, so we then get 20%. But we do have to grow our membership and give our members perks because those are the people that actually support us when we are in crisis.
So
in addition to the city.
Yeah. In looking at, and I've seen this model at a few cultural facilities where the shop is actually run as a separate cooperative with the artists. Then that lessens your liability and your costs. Or you could also put out to a third party to run as a side business. So just, in looking at potential, it would just be, I've seen that, the co-op model work in other cultural facilities where, you know, your space is there and you charge them a rental.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you're
That
talking
would just
about
be
because
my-
I was
and taking a look at those numbers,
the
that
shop. I will go back now to explain that. When I started, which is 7.5 years ago, the shop was losing money. It was not making any money. So the board at that time was looking at either closing the shop or leasing the space to someone or doing some of those third-party options. In the end, we decided that we will try to refurbish the shop, revamp what we sell, how we sell it, and we managed to turn it around so it's not losing money. However, having a third party in the building to do anything is also, in a way, we would have to invest more into our security, and that would jeopardize also our insurance policies. We have 2 different policies because we cannot grant access to anyone who is not permanent staff. So we would have to put some sort of gate somewhere so those people are not able to enter anywhere where the permanent collection is on display or in storage.
does that cover volunteers as well?
Yes.
So volunteers aren't?
They cannot, no. We only have, at this point in time, 3 or 4 keys for the building, and nobody can make a copy. So it's insurance and museological standards that our setup is not done that way that we can get someone in without building some kind of separation within the building. And it's not a lot of space to build another gate of some kind.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. More like a comment. I know that 2018 was a very busy year once again, and I just want to say congratulations on doing a lot of new ideas. And the cruise ships, but also the Rhodes Scholars with the group of 7 has raised your profile. And having those groups coming through, very well organized, and the comments were quite positive. But I also enjoy that you had a partnership with the other groups, such as the Old Stone House. And I think the feedback from these individuals from, I believe, Michigan and Southern Ontario was very, very good. And look forward to seeing more of your great ideas.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Hollingsworth. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Under agenda item 5.5, physician recruitment, Christine Pegnuco, manager, and Dr. Tim Best are in attendance.
Welcome to council.
Thank you. Good evening, Acting Mayor Christian, members of City Council and staff. Thanks so much for the opportunity to share some background on our program, the good news about physician recruitment, our challenges in recruiting, and for consideration, our annual 2019-2020 physician recruitment and retention budget. So I thought I'd give you some really basic information about how we do what we do and what we do. This is just a little snapshot about our history. 2002, coordinated effort between the hospital, the group health, the community, in order to bring under one roof all of our physician recruitment efforts. At the committee, you'll see we set key recruitment priorities. That'll be in my report. Ever-changing, depending on, some departures and whatnot. Our strategies, our incentives, we're talking about incentives in the next couple of meetings. We'll be reviewing those. One thing I've never mentioned at council is that we are a 1.5 FTE office. So I'm a full-time physician recruiter, and Carrie Stewart is the recruitment coordinator as a 0.5. The other 0.5 is joined with NOSM. She's the site administrative coordinator for NOSM. So we share an office. So whenever we have a medical student, medical resident coming through the community, they land in our office. Carrie does the orientation. She gets everything set for them. But at the same time, we're able to sit
with the recruiter, talk about, you know, what it is that they want in a community when they're ready to be recruited. So it's a nice, it's a nice partnership that's worked very well for us. How do we recruit? As always, we look at our priorities. We attend the proper conferences, internal medicine, family medicine forum, whatever it might be. We advertise, of course. The last 2 points really should be the first 2 points, because I'll tell you why in a minute, because there's the NOSM. We promote electives, rotations in our community, as well as the summer studentship, which is what we run. And in doing so, we connect with the medical learners from Sault Ste. Marie, Facebook, Twitter, and the summer studentship program. We've been very successful. I'll mention that later. It's really quite a powerful point. Site visits. So once we get some interest in Sault Ste. Marie, we do a Skype interview. They want to come up for a site visit. We partner with the Ministry of Health for some funding for that site visit, get the physician, their spouse, families come up, and we show them the community, we show them where they can practice, what that's going to look like. We tailor it to specific needs. So these are actual pictures of some of our site visits. Luckily, we have a lot of people that like hiking, and so do we, so we can take them up, show them what we have to offer. And we have recruited 2 physicians in those pictures. The middle picture was from 8 years ago, where we involved them in a family hike. My family took them up. They weren't able to come then, but the interest is coming back, and they're looking at coming to our community. We've stayed in touch with them for 8 years. She came back and did locums with us. It's a lot of relationship building that we do during these site visits, and we stay in touch with people. Retention events, we have a couple of retention events. We have a golf and dinner day in September and a ski day in February. It's a great opportunity. Quite often at these events, we have physicians who have been in our community for a long time, and they'll come up to us and say, who is that over there? Because they don't know the younger physicians that are coming up. They don't have the chance to connect. These are great opportunities for them to connect with students, residents, and new physicians as well. So this is some information about NOSM and how it impacts our community. It's really quite powerful, because when you see the numbers, we've got the 2-year training program for family medicine. Of course, we've got our clerkship, I forgot them, the 8 students that come for clerkship. They come here from other communities. Some are from Northern Ontario. Some of them are from Sault Ste. Marie specifically. One person we're working on right now for recruitment was a clerk with us 7 years ago from Northern Ontario, not from Sault Ste. Marie. We are doing an offer letter for him right now. It's taken us 7 years. He's finishing his training. So it's a lot of relationship. When I go back to relationship building, this is really important to us, is the relationship we have with them. So we've got family medicine, we've got anesthesia. There are a lot of things going on, and elective placements. Carrie's put her average of 115 medical learners per year. So it's a very robust program, 25 to 30 students or residents in this community at any one time learning. There's some data. You'll see that going back to the start of this program where we were, we've doubled or more than doubled the number of trainee days. That's how we count it for the ministry, how many days someone was actually in the community. So it's a very busy program, and we see a lot of people coming through our community. We engage our physicians with learners, having fun and learning. Up in the OR is one picture, and learning there and having fun out on the golf course during one of those events. So we've recruited 35 physicians who have attended the summer studentship, and that's a program we run for the month of June for people from Sault Ste. Marie. The clerkship students, like I was saying, that one person we're doing the offer letter for, 7 years ago he was with us as a clerk, and now we're going to be able to recruit him. We've recruited 151 physicians to this community since 2002, and I sat down while I was preparing this, and I went as far back as I could remember, because I've not been with the program as long as it's been around. 75 of those 151 physicians recruited did some kind of training with us. That could have been a 2-week elective. It could have been a 1-month placement in the summer studentship. 75 touched our community in their training. So that's all part of us keeping in touch with the with our learners and encouraging them to come back. We show them what the community is all about, and we get them, half of them. That really shocked me, that number. It was great. So we're a well-known place for learning. People come to us from all over. We've had international students, people studying in Italy, Australia, people from Sault Ste. Marie and medical school. The medical education, there it is directly related to recruitment. This is a little snapshot of all the different specialties, the 151 physicians we've recruited since 2002. And with that, I think I will let Dr. Best take the mic.
Thanks, Christine. Mr. Mayor and Council. Make me feel old. I appeared before this council in 2002 with a plea for assistance in creating this committee. And I think what I want to do tonight is very briefly touch upon first my gratitude that the council today helped create that committee, helped facilitate at that time a bringing together of what were previously fairly disparate entities, the hospital, the group health center, the Algoma West Academy of Medicine, and brought it together with the assistance of the city into a single entity designed to recruit physicians and retain them in this community. The crisis that existed in 2002 is we had 2 full-time anesthetists, and anesthesia is one of our critical services that the hospital can't run without 24/7, 365. Through the initial monies that Council Sault Ste. Marie provided today, we were successful in reversing that and creating what is now a very stable and robust anesthesia department. We then extended it over that time to various other specialties, and I'd say approximately 3 years ago is when things were at their best in terms of physician numbers in this community. Now we're on the downswing again, and there's many reasons for that. Cutbacks in provincial budgets and so on that have made Ontario a little harder place to recruit physicians to and retain them to, etc. But what's impressed me when I talk to medical learners, to physicians in other communities, when I go to conferences down in Toronto, Ottawa, other areas, is number one was the foresight of this community that we formed this coalition long before almost anybody else. And I remember in the early days, places like Sudbury and Timmins, whatever, coming and talking to the people who were here and saying, how are you doing it? Because we want to know how. And I think at this stage, what we're looking to do is to move forward and build upon that and meet today's challenges. Right now, we're back to approximately 8,000 to 10,000 people in Sault Ste. Marie who do not have a family physician because of the lack of physicians. So we need to redouble our efforts to recruit those people. There's certain specialties we've had tremendous success, others that we're still lacking, we're trying to build upon. I guess what I'm trying to get across is, although initially we envisioned this as a one-time effort, maybe 5 years, 10 years, and then the problem would be solved, the realities of our world have told us that's not true and that these challenges continue. And my plea is that we need to continue what I think is a very, very good program, very successful program, and continue to lead so that we can continue to serve the citizens of Sault Ste. Marie, provide what I hope is excellent medical care, and provide more of it so that all of our citizens are properly looked after. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Best, and thank you for your efforts on the Physician Recruitment Committee. I want to recognize Carrie and Christine, who do great work there. We actually this year will be developing with all of our stakeholders, with the groups that Dr. Best mentioned and the committee, our plan going forward. and bringing that to council at some point later this year for next year going forward. So there's lots of discussion to be had. I'm of the same mind as Dr. Best, that something that's important, something that we need to continue, if not redouble our efforts on. And I have an abiding faith that we have the capacity to do it, and that will develop a good program that we can continue. So do we have questions of Carrie or Christine or Dr. Best? Councillor Christian.
I echo your sentiments. I mean, we can do all the planning, economic planning, social planning, et cetera, in our community. We want to grow our community as a place where people want to live. We need to have a robust healthcare system, and physicians and doctors, et cetera. Healthcare professionals are cornerstone. So I commend you for the work that you've done. I've been here now for several years, and I've seen the statistics, and they're impressive, and you highlighted many of them today. The one question I had was the number of people in Sault Ste. Marie that require a family doctor. My family happens to be one of them, so that was an important question to me, and the point is well made. This effort has to be ongoing. I don't see it ending anytime soon. It's too important. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Council? Thank you. Appreciate your time tonight.
Under agenda item 5.6, Sault Arena Association, Chad Bouchard, managers in attendance.
Welcome to council, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, council. Click it right through. Here we are again. I think last year I was standing here with my friends from the Bush Plane at about this time. I'm here tonight just to ask for your continued support as you've always given us, and nothing more. As you can see, the funds that are provided by the city are primarily used to purchase any type of equipment to reduce operating costs. That's the primary purpose here, is to maintain the arena and keep our ice rentals as low as possible for the children of the community. Currently, right now, we have over 1,000 children playing in the Sault Ste. Hockey League that keep the Sault Ste. Arena home and keep it going. It currently employs 2 full-time people and 7 part-time, and that does not include members of the Sault Ste. Hockey League, the restaurant bar upstairs, and the pro shop. So that's just the arena itself. I'm not sure if everybody here is aware, but we are a not-for-profit Canadian charity. I'm not sure if people knew that. We're primarily driven by the ice rental revenue, lease revenue, 50/50 draws, the fair. The Campbell Amusements Fair is our largest fundraiser. And our several fundraising events with the annual pub and 50/50 draws and things like that. It's our 51st year of operation. We were built in 1967, and it is still run by a volunteer board of directors of 10 people. We maintain ourselves on a volunteer-driven operation to keep costs down once again. There's a list of our current board of directors. I'm sure several of the names are quite familiar within the community. And once again, just the continued practice of the current portion of the property taxes is what we are asking.
No questions for the Pee-wee. Thank you, sir. Take care. Madam Clerk.
Under agenda item 5.7, the Canadian Bush Plane Heritage Centre, Kim Park, President, Dan Ingram, Executive Director, and Dave Blair, Treasurer, are in attendance.
Welcome to council, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name's Dan Ingram. I'm the new Executive Director for the past 9 months. And in that time, I've learned a great deal about aviation, planes, parts, people. But primarily, I've learned that the Canadian Bush Plane Centre is a gathering place for all. The staff, the volunteers, the visitors, and guests hold the bush plane in such high regards here in Sault Ste. Marie and abroad. With the city support last year, we were able to continue to grow and remain vital attraction for the local and visitors alike. 2018 was a great year for the bush plane. The small, mighty staff that we have kept the facility staffed for 360 days last year, with over 40,000 guests coming through the doors. Sometime opening as early as 5 in the morning, as I did a few weeks ago when the Weather Network came to town, and staying late till wee hours of the morning when cleaning up after a wedding for our locals and guests. The volunteers of the facility, numbering close to 50, donated time and resources by supporting staff and facility contributions with over 3,187 hours of personal time last year. They ensured the facility was in shape to open daily, that visitors were educated with the stories that lie within the walls, and to make the great experience the best it can be for our special events. The guests and visitors who came continued to show support through word of mouth and reviews on Google, TripAdvisor, and other sites, making us the premier tourist attraction in Sault Ste. Marie. In fact, in 2018, the Bush Plane Museum was elevated to the TripAdvisor Hall of Fame for achieving the TripAdvisor Certificate of Excellence for 5 consecutive years. Another area of pride for us is the public and private partnerships that enhance our community commitment to excellence. The Algoma District School Board, Ontario Works, March of Dimes, Air Cadets, and numerous other groups consider the Canadian Bush Plane Heritage Centre for their students, their members, their clients, and guests as partners in education, training, and stewardship. With this background in mind, I want to pass the mic over to Kim Park, our president.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the Bush Plane Centre. Dan has informed you as to where we are and what his short time at the museum has taught him about the importance of our role in this community, and I wish to speak to our acts for 2019. Last year, the city agreed with our request for funding of $175,000 to support this great facility. At that time, we referred to the museum as your jewel. This reference or claim was based on the repeated statistical performance in the museum being the city's #1 thing to see and do. And as Dan referred to on TripAdvisor, that we've now reached a 5-year positive feedback as the city's #1. The Bush Plane Museum has been elevated to this position as a result of the commitment and the giving of the staff and all the volunteers that he spoke to. And for that opportunity, we thank you. Looking forward to our 2019 season, our volunteers' ability to tell the story will be enhanced with the completion of our forest ecology exhibit, the completion of our new traveling exhibit space, and the completion of our new insectarium exhibit space. These new offerings will fulfill our science and education mandate, as well as opening more opportunities to a more diverse group of visitors. We at the Bush Plane remind you of the benefit we bring to this community, all possible in part as a result of your investment in our facility and the contribution made by our staff and our volunteers. As you heard from our other partners in the cultural sector, our day-to-day operational expenses, whether it's utilities, wages, municipal taxes, these are our burdens that we must overcome. I'm going to speak to our new members of council. I'm not sure whether or not they're aware, but the Bush Plane does pay municipal taxes. We work with the city, we get a portion of it funded, but the $175,000 ask, you do get some of that money back. Our ability to self-generate 67% of our gross revenue is seldom seen in the museum business. This also is a testament to the efforts and the commitment put forward by our people. This number further supports our ask for funding as we struggle to fill the remaining 30% we require to continue to tell a story. Rightfully so, the City of Sault Ste. Marie recognizes the importance of what the Art Gallery, the Ermitinger site, the City Museum, and the Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Centre brings to our community from a cultural point and a tourism point of view. Once again, our ask for the 2019 season is that you continue your wise investment of $175,000 in the Canadian Bush Plain Heritage Centre. And we thank you for allowing us to make this presentation tonight.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen. Do we have any questions of the Bush Plain staff? Mr. Park and team there. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if we could, I think we have to move to close the budget agenda.
I have a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy that this council shall now adjourn.
No, we have to go back to the regular agenda.
We're adjourning the budget
This meeting, yeah, okay, so this is a motion to adjourn the budget meeting.
Yeah.
All in favor? Carried. So we are now back on the regular agenda, Madam Clerk, and we would be on the consent agenda.
We're on consent.
So we're on consent. So councillors with matters on consent, you'd like to raise? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 6.2, the MRM service profile program.
Go ahead.
Question through you to the CAO. The report states that KPMG has been granted the right to apply the MRM concept and methodology in Canada, and obviously recommends that we choose KPMG to provide this service to us. Are they the only provider of the service in Canada? Is that the idea behind that statement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, that's our understanding, is they're the only ones that recognize, so it makes it easier for us in Canada. So it's just easier to have an engagement strictly with them.
Okay. Yeah. Well, sure. If they're the only provider, then it makes some sense. Thank you.
Any other questions on that matter, Councillor Hilsinger? No? Okay, any other matters? Do you have another matter on consent?
Sorry, still on this.
On the same matter.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Shoemaker.
So is the expected deliverable from the service profile going to be, well, I think what Councillor Nero and I were asking for last year, which was sort of a breakdown of the cost of the service, of the cost of each service the city provides, allocated specifically to those services, so we can determine, at budget time, where dollars are going specifically.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, there's a sample that's provided in your package as to what it is that would be provided there. It is a municipal profile, so it's a major step in being able to identify what is it that are in terms of services that the municipality delivers, and then some cost estimates against them, which leads to the next part of then how do you find the efficiencies, what do you want to look at in terms of whether you want to continue that service, and all the other issues that we discussed at the Finance Committee in that regard.
Yeah, okay, perfect. The sample was basically illegible on my report, so is this similar to or along the same lines of what Public Works uses to cost its operations?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, no, this is a corporate-wide review to make sure that we understand everything that we're delivering in terms of services as a profile.
Right, perhaps the question was more accurately, Public Works already costs their services on a project-by-project basis. They've been able to provide, I would say, a lot more clearly than the rest of the corporation, the cost of providing those services on an actual dollar basis for the last several years. So is this going to bring the rest of the corporation in line with what they're able to provide us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, Public Works provides a costing system that just tracks their individual cost elements for the programs that they have. They still need, as this exercise will help us to do, provide a municipal profile of what are those services and how are they being delivered, and is it the best way in which they should be delivered. So that's where the difference lies. There's also the issue, as we've discussed many times before in terms of the differing departments. There's different types of deliverables that are being looked at from those departments. By having a corporate-wide lens applied, we will be able to say, look, here's what it is, and here's how we can get some consistency in how those services are being identified, and then some consistency in terms of how we report out to council for its deliberation and consideration where we want to go with those services. From an efficiency standpoint, or even from the point of view of, do we want to enhance them? Do we really need to be doing them? We're also going to find all sorts of benefits internal to the organization by doing this exercise.
So I think it sounds more like a databasing of the services we provide than it is. I mean, there will be a cost function associated with it, but it won't be this isn't a costing of each service that the city provides. That's not the main thrust of it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It's not the main thrust of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it on that matter, Councillor Shoemaker?
On that matter, yes.
Okay. Councillor Hilsinger? Go ahead.
Could someone, the appropriate person, give some sort of timeline on getting this resolved? I understand there's some challenges, but
So
it's an important
it is, I
thing.
agree. I'll direct that to the city solicitor if she's comfortable giving a timeline at this point. If we can have the city solicitor's mic, please. The question was on 6.5, that's the status update on ride-sharing service as an interim report that you have on tonight's agenda. And the question was, is there any sense of timeline you can give council on when you'd return the final report?
I've spoken with Mr. King, who was championing this from the beginning. There are some changes with some of the stakeholders that he was originally meeting with. There are new people now being put into place. So those committees are being set up. He is going to reach out to the stakeholders by February the 28th, he told me, hoping for feedback by the end of March. So we'll have the first part of that, then we'll meet with the committee that's set up with the new people in place with Sioux Police Services and have a response back, I'm hoping shortly after that.
So it sounds like hopefully the spring.
Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, on that report at 6.5 on ride sharing. So the report, I think the wording in the report was that it's conducted with a view to implementing the appropriate enforcement mechanisms for the ride sharing industry. I guess seeking some clarity on that. I think council's request at the time, well, it's been a number of years, but was that we sort of look to implement a program to allow ride sharing in the community. And it sounded more to me from this report like it was going to be, we're going to implement an enforcement mechanism that may or may not allow ride sharing. So I guess some clarification. I think the report we're seeking back, or the report that I thought we were seeking back at the outset, and was that we want our bylaw amended to allow ride sharing.
So I'll have to ask staff to speak to what their intention is in the return report. It wasn't my belief, to just make it clear, Councillor Shoemaker's point clear, that we requested you to amend the bylaw to prohibit ride sharing. It was my belief that the motion was intended to recognize that ride sharing was something that might well come to the municipality. In the event that it did, we wanted to know how the bylaw would deal with that. And I think the spirit of it was that we would permit ride sharing in the community.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker and to council, my understanding too, and administration's understanding, is that in the spirit was to try and understand how ride sharing, if it is that you have potential operators coming in, would be dealt with. That said, there is a number of players within the committees that will have their opinions, and we need to be able to work through with them in that spirit to see what it is that gets formed, that would then come back, as I'm hearing the city solicitor say, in Q2 of this year.
Yeah, okay, no, as long as administration's understanding is what council's understanding is.
I do think that you need to take some time to talk to the people in the community that will be affected by ride sharing. But this resolution is a couple years old now, and there's been a lot of good work done by municipalities on ride sharing since we passed this 2 years ago. So I think there's lots of good precedents out there and lots of good models that we can implement here in Sault Ste. Marie. So I don't think we have to spend a tremendous amount of time and energy on this or reinvent a wheel. I think this is something that's well underway in most communities, and I think we can look at communities where it's working well and adopt their models. So those are my thoughts on that. Anybody else on that agenda item? Seeing none, any other matters on consent? Councillor Shoemaker?
6.3 report on asphalt placement technology. This was a report that, or a resolution that I had brought last term. My question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Elliott is a promising report. Is this the answer to our pothole woes that we've had for many number of years?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, I don't think so. No, there's other reasons why potholes can form, but if it is a successful new technology, if it's a new technique for compacting asphalt, then we're certainly interested in it.
And from a logistics standpoint, how would it work? Would we require that folks who work on our roads have this type of compacting technology?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, there are processes for placement that tell the contractor how to do the work. Ontario provincial standards are developed primarily by MTO in this case. So there's specifications that they have to meet from a testing standpoint. So whatever techniques they use to place the asphalt, it needs to be, it's tested in place. And as it's going down, there's several tests that we do to it. So that's the whole regime that's required. And if this technology helps them achieve those specs, then the contractors will use this technology.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Anybody else on that consent agenda item? Any other matters in the consent agenda? Madam Clerk, if we could have the motion for the consent agenda, please.
I have a motion by Councillors Christian and Gardy, resolved that all items listed under date January 28, 2019, agenda item 6, consent agenda, be approved as recommended.
All in favor? Carried. So, Madam Clerk, we can move to section 8 of the agenda.
Let me just close out this vote.
Section 7, I believe, is complete, Councillor Nero.
Yes, it is.
Oh, you have a motion in property standards, yeah? Yeah.
Oh, on the addendum.
Yes, so we have section, we're at 7.3, Community Development Enterprise Property Standards and Yard Maintenance by Law Enforcement. There's a report on. Councillors have questions on that report. Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I saw Mr. Bosbon here. Just a quick question, Mr. Bosbon. If we implement the recommendations in your report, which is basically to remove some notifications at different times, is there any downside to that? I know you didn't specifically say that in your report, but is there something that we need to look at further before we implement it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, we could get some pushback from the appellant if they feel that we haven't given them enough time moving forward as opposed to what we were doing previously. But I don't really think that most of the people we deal with, in my opinion, need that extra push to get moving, to get their yards cleaned up.
Okay. It's basically people that would be coming to you would be people that are not in compliant with the bylaw.
Yes, true.
Okay. That's the only question I have, Mr. Mayor. Comment if there aren't any other questions.
Well, can you make the comments on when we get to your motion?
Sure.
Yeah, so we'll just save that for your motion. Are we ready to move to section 8, Madam Clerk?
Just a motion by Christian Gardy that the property standards and yard maintenance by law enforcement process be received as information.
Okay, so that's on that report. All in favor? Carried.
Do you want to go to the 8
So
point?
the clerk is having to get used to the software also, so she's got to close the vote out, which is why we're a bit kind of
there's a delay.
Delayed
Yeah.
today. Yeah, if we can move to section 8,
Do you want
please.
to do the 8.3
No, let's
motion?
just to
that
not
speaks
confuse
to that?
anything, we'll just go in order.
Okay.
So 8.1.
So a motion by Councillors Vezo, Allen, and Dufour, whereas the Shadows of the Mind Film Festival runs from Monday, February 25 to Sunday, March 1, 2019, and whereas the Shadows of the Mind Film Festival is a film festival that showcases films and other art forms for two purposes, to entertain and to educate. By attracting audiences through the entertainment value of film, the film festival uses select films and events to increase awareness and education on mental health and addiction issues, as well as other prevalent social topics as decided each year. And whereas the Shadows of the Mind Film Festival is a not-for-profit organization, and whereas the primary venue for the film festival is the Grand Theatre, and whereas on some days during the week the film festival will have films and panel discussions all day long, and whereas many patrons of the film festival attend in the morning and stay for the entire day, having lunch and dinner in the downtown area, now therefore be it resolved that the 2-hour daily parking limit be waived at the Brock Albert parking lot to permit full free parking from Monday, February 25, 2018 to Friday, March 1, 2019, all during the week of the Shadows of the Mind Film Festival.
So this is a resolution we have annually. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Vezo, Allen?
Mr. Christian shaking his head. No, I think it's a wonderful thing, and it's an organization that we need to support, and it's definitely frustrating if you're sitting for 3 hours knowing that your 2-hour parking is, so we don't want to deter people from attending and not being stressed out about having to leave to get their car.
Councillor Dufour, do you have anything to add?
No further comment.
Thank you. All in favor? The motion is carried.
Under Agenda Item 8.2, a motion by Councillors Vezo, Allen, and Dufour, whereas according to the Statistics Canada 2016 census, over 12% of citizens living in Sault Ste. Marie aged 65 or older live on low incomes, and whereas economic status should not influence access to health care, and whereas many seniors do not qualify for transit assistance from other programs or services, and whereas local agencies such as soup kitchens and shelters provide much-needed support for low-income children, youth, adults, and seniors, and whereas the aforementioned agencies do not have the means or programs to provide transportation for essential medical appointments, and whereas senior citizens should have the ability to attend doctor's appointments or other medically necessary appointments to ensure their health and well-being. Now therefore be it resolved that Transit Services allocate single-ride transit passes to the Neighbourhood Resource Centre, the Soup Kitchen, St. Vincent's Place, and Pauline's Place, a maximum of 50 passes for 1 calendar year to each agency, with passes to be distributed by the agency director and or manager to senior clients who do not qualify for transit pass support from any other sources for medical appointment access, with each agency to track passes that are distributed and report back by or before December 1, 2019.
Councillor Vezo, Allen, would you like to speak to that motion?
Just very briefly, these are for seniors that fall within the cracks. They don't qualify for transit assistance. It was from a conversation that I had with the director of the Soup Kitchen, saying that a lot of his senior clients, that is a big issue for them. They don't qualify for Ontario Works, and they would not qualify for the transit pass through DSAB. And as someone who's volunteered at the Soup Kitchen, I know the population there well, and we wanted to make sure that we included all the agencies and be very specific that it is for seniors that don't have access to transit pass. So if you're on just a pension or that sort of thing, you don't qualify for assistance in that manner, and it can make a big difference.
Do you have anything to add to that, Councillor Dufour, as a seconder of the motion?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that there was discussion just about the need to ensure that ODSP still takes care of their own, because ODSP does have the responsibility to fund transit to their clients as well. So what we're really looking at is the folks who've aged out of any kind of OW income supports, which is where you get to the 64 plus. A lot of these people are living on widows' pensions, military pensions, and other very low sources of fixed income. And when they're users of these community agencies, we do end up hearing a lot about the need, and it's just to address that gap in the service.
Councillor Bruni.
How many agencies?
if we're giving out 50?
They're the number.
Just those ones there that are listed there, or? Because the the neighborhood resource center, there's a lot of agencies that work in there.
It's just these 4 different organizations.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? All in favor? Motion's carried.
Under Agenda Item 8.3, Compliance for Property Standards and Yard Maintenance, a motion by Councillors Nero and Bruni, whereas the Chief Building Official has addressed property standards and yard maintenance bylaw enforcement in his report to Council dated January 28, 2019, and whereas it is the will of Council to reduce the amount of time required to reach compliance for the City's property standards and yard maintenance bylaws, now therefore be it resolved that the 4 recommendations suggested for reducing the time to reach compliance in the report dated January 28, 2019 be implemented by the Building Division as soon as it is possible to do so.
Councillor Nero, now's your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank staff for getting back the report as soon as they did. And I am happy to see that just from removing a few notices, we were able to reduce the time to reach compliance significantly on some of the items. So I think they're significant, to tell you the truth, some of them by half. So I hope council will support this resolution and implement them as soon as possible.
Councillor Bruni, would you like to speak to this?
No, I just want to thank staff for returning quickly, and the 4 recommendations are going to be introduced hopefully after this vote, and hopefully the neighbors of these properties that are in question will be happy with this decision. Thanks.
Okay. All in favor? Motion is carried.
And under Agenda Item 8.4, Immigration Pilot, a motion by Councillors Shoemaker and Gardy, whereas City Council passed a resolution on April 23, 2018, supporting the Northern Ontario Large Urban Mayor's call for an immigration pilot for Northern Ontario, similar to the immigration pilot implemented in Atlantic Canada. And whereas the federal government has announced a national immigration pilot for rural and remote communities, and Sault Ste. Marie qualifies for the pilot, and whereas migration and immigration and the development of our community's labor force are critical to our community's social and economic future, and whereas Sault Ste. Marie is a welcoming community that has demonstrated a willingness and an ability to accept and support the settlement of immigrants, and most recently refugees, and whereas the Mayor has been actively lobbying and advocating for an immigration pilot for our community and has assembled a group of community stakeholders to assist with an application to participate in an immigration pilot, now therefore be it resolved that City Council supports and endorses an application to participate in the National Immigration Pilot for rural and remote communities, and hereby authorizes and directs the Mayor to work with the relevant community partners and stakeholders to complete and submit the application.
Before I pass this motion off to Councillor Shoemaker, I want to just tie back to the presentation we heard earlier tonight. I think we're going in the right direction, but this is the type of thing that we need to be, 1, advocating for, and 2, participating in when it comes up. Because you can see, based on what we heard tonight, there's going to be an opportunity to grow our community. We're going to do that through making sure that our youth that are here stay and feel like they have meaningful opportunities, social and economic opportunities, but also by encouraging migration, other people to move to this great community, and by encouraging immigration. And so this is a step in the right direction, and I hope Council supports this resolution. Councillor Shoemaker?
I think you hit the nail on the head, Mr. Mayor. We saw it tonight that we need folks to fill those positions that are going to become available, and we don't have the people in the community to do that at this time. So we need to bring in folks, whether it's migration from within Canada or immigration from outside of Canada. All are great sources of bringing folks in. Obviously, myself, I wouldn't be here. I know a number of folks wouldn't be here without immigration to our community. My mom's an immigrant to this community from Italy, so I am grateful for immigration to our country, and I'm sure that we'll have a lot of great folks who join our community over the coming years.
Okay, so any other comments on it? Councillor Gardy, do you want to speak to it? Nope. All in favor? Motion carried. Just for the clerk's information and for the deputy clerk's information, we've got to work this out because the screens appear and disappear.
Yeah, it's been happening to me as well.
I think when the deputy clerk logs votes or closes it off, our screens move. So if she clicks back to a different agenda item, like it's not.
It may work better once it's displayed because you'll see whose vote you're waiting for.
There were a number of times I didn't vote because it
flashed?
It came on my screen. By the time I went to vote for it, it was gone. And I've been looking and watching the other councillors' faces, and I know what's happened to them also.
Yeah, it's disappearing on me as well.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, if we can
I
continue.
have a motion by councillors Hollingsworth and Gardy, resolved that all bylaws under item 11 of the agenda dated January 28, 2019 be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
And we have a motion by councillors Hollingsworth and Gardy, resolved that this council proceed into closed session to discuss one labour relations and employee negotiations item and one item concerning the potential acquisition of property. Further be it resolved that should the said closed session be adjourned, council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same matter without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn?
Motion by councillors Hollingsworth and Gardy, resolved that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? Carried.